Thank you very much, Mr. DJ. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, senior colleagues, are about to start. DJ Blood waiting. Please, your hands together for DJ City. Your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for DJ City. I know he has been doing very well to keep us entertained. And of course, we are about to start. All right, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, friends, please, at this point, if you are outside, would please want to ask that you please come inside. And if you're behind, for the cameras and for good pictorials, we will also advise that you come to the front. Very soon we shall be kicking off. And of course, I would like to specially welcome you to the YMLSF Annual Public Health Lecture. And of course, it's held in this wonderful city. It's interesting to know that since yesterday, and of course, it's a wonderful city. I ate chicken, plantain, white soup, afang soup, and I've been eating since then. Now I don't know if I will go home or I will stay here. The hospitality is wonderful. And also, for the single ones, please look very well. This is Akwa Ibom. This is Akwa Ibom. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to get your hands together for your wonderful selves. Your hands together for your wonderful selves. Make you clap, I beg. Now why MLS be doing so? No be, All right. Please, I want us to, at this point, kick off. But before that, I want to meet my principal for him to inform me on one or twos. By the way, my name is Aaron Spiff, and of course, I'm one of you. And I'll be your boy. So just manage me as you see me. God will help us. DJ City. Alright, thank you very much. I see my chief Sachilade.
trendybeats.com.
Don't know why, but I keep missing you. All the time I wanna be with you. Girl, I'm tryna figure what I'm into you. She said this feeling is more than love. But you ain't up and down. Draw no baby mine no, no baby mine no.
Living at the highness, baby look the finest to you. Keep up with the finesse, I go with the love past too. Living at the highness, baby look the finest to you. Keep up with the finesse, I go with the love past too.
When you see me kind of drunk, I'm only in love with my song. So when I wake up in the morning, I say what I mean now I'm fine. When you see me kind of drunk, I'm only in love with my song. So when I wake up in the morning, I say what I mean now I'm fine.
So free, I know me. Hello, see the way you look when I get below. And me, I done wait for you to come around now. I did my own, I did give you shine. But it be like you don't look my side.
I'm going to my back. I should not look at time. And it feel like go come with your two friends. But I shine my best out. I'm going to my back. I should not look at time. And it feel like go come with your two friends. But I shine my best out.
Listen to the highness, baby look the finest to you. Keep up with the finesse, I go with the love past too. Living at the highness, baby look the finest to you. Keep up with the finesse, I go with the love past too. So free, I know me. Oh, don't know me, I know me. Baba ma fi mi shako. Make I know if you take down for the night. Baba ma fi mi shako. Make I know if you take down for the night.
DJ City, thank you very much. Alright, as I said before, I'll be working with my principal. And of course, I'm just a senior houseboy here. I'll only be a mouthpiece to the people that matters. So ladies and gentlemen, senior colleagues, professors, heads of departments, the press are here, and also I want to say a welcome once again to this special program. Of course, it is the annual public lecture, and of course, our host is Akwa Ibom State. As I said before in my opener, I said I noticed something about this wonderful state. They have good food, and for the single men, look well. They also have good-looking women. But for us that are off the market, no need. But for you, there is need. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'll be welcoming special guests to the high table in no particular order, but order. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you're seated here, as I said before, we need good pictures for our pictures and for the video. Please, you move to this part of the hall. If you're seated here, please move to the part of the hall. Medical laboratory science is known for orderliness and precision and accuracy. We need to be accurate and precise in what we do. So please, let's do this snappily. This way, please, so that we can have good pictures, please. Thank you. All right.
Some people they want make I sober. Me I love you sober, cause I got you over money.
Also, please do well to register at the registration point. It's very important that you do so, because your certificate will be done through that portal. Please, if you've not registered at the registration point, you're please advised to do so before you take your seat. Get materials and of course be part of what we're doing today. Special thanks to the executive of the YMLSF National. My special thanks to you. It's not easy to pull out something of this magnitude. So of course the president, our national president, MLS Emmanuel Koda, your hands together for that wonderful charismatic leader. Your hands together for him. He's a good man. No, I'm trying to celebrate you. You're a good man. You push your clap for our president. He's a good man. Powerful. All right. Very soon we'll be kicking off, and when we start, it will be a roller coaster. And before you know it, we'll be out of here. You're arriving. We've seen you. We'll have the national anthem. We'll have the anthem. We'll have an opening prayer. After we must have welcomed our guests to the high table. And when we do so, we'll kick off. And of course, it's going to be wonderful. It's going to be wonderful. DJCT.
Organize. Every other day I organize. Ew.
Okay. Alright, out. Thank you very much. I would want to also have just two beautiful YMLS to help me as ushers here, please. Just two wonderful people. I see people wearing, what's the color you guys are wearing? Is that lavender? It's lavender. That to resemble that bottle where they use for EDTA. Please, your hands together for those wonderful ladies. Your hands together for them. One clap for them. They are our ushers today. Your hands together for them. Lavender. As EDTA bottle color. Come. You should clap for them. Clap for them. Your hands together for these wonderful people. Wow. Wow, hello. I like this. Stand here. Are you from Akwa Ibom? Oh, your hands together again for them. I told you. No wonder. Are they twin? P square. They are twins. Your hands together for them again. This is P square. So what's your name now?
Ekemini Basi.
Ekemini Basi. See, I'm
Wang Fon Basi.
Oh, they are twins indeed. My name is Spiff. Good to see you. You walk with me, okay? I like Akwa Ibom. All right, your hands together once again for them. All right, immediately I'll be welcoming on stage, rather on the high table, our national president, Association of Medical Laboratory Scientists of Nigeria. Of course, he's no other but Professor James Gaba Diamond. Your hands together. He's ably represented by Mr. Osarobo Esewi. Your hands together for him as he makes his way to the high table. He's on his way. Okay. All right, also, we'd like to recognize the presence and welcome him to the high table. The chairman of this wonderful occasion is no other but the provost of Federal School of Medical Laboratory Science, Jos. Your hands together as we welcome Obong Dr. Sunday U. Etukudo. Your hands together for him as he makes his way. Is he here? Obong Victor Etukudo. He's ably represented by Dr. Tony Umor. Your hands together for Dr. Tony Umor. Can I see him? Oh, he's here. Please welcome Dr. Tony Umor. He's looking very Akwa Ibomite. Please, your hands together. Your hands together as he makes his way. You're welcome, sir. They said Akwa Ibomaya. I learned that yesterday. And they said Dakada. So if you want to greet them, do them like this first. Dakada. That's the business we do here. All right. Also, we would like to welcome on the high table our keynote speaker. Is no other but Professor Monday F. Usay. Your hands together for him as he makes his way. He's a professor of medical microbiology, University of Calabar. He's a Malabite. So hands together once again. Capacity professor. This is what we are talking about. That's our keynote speaker. Welcome, sir. I know Akwa, Ibom and Cross Rivers are like brothers. So I will greet you, sir. Sir, Dakada. Thank you very much. All right, let's proceed. That's what I learned. I will use it a lot. All right. Also, let's welcome to the high table the National Welfare Officer of this wonderful association. Please welcome MLS Idong Estate Emmanuel Essien. Your hands together, she makes her way. Capacity Mama. You are doing well. You are clap for her now. You are doing well. Of course, she's an Akwa Ibomite. Mommy. Tell her what now. Mommy. Now the work with that. Thank you very much. Okay. Also, we would like to welcome on stage to the high table another capacity brother. Of course, he's the chairman of AMSIN Akwa Ibom State Capacity. Please welcome MLS Namso Marcos Akpan. Your hands together for him. Capacity Chamo. Capacity Chamo. I greet you specially. I like your mohawk. Taking them there. Thank you very much for coming, sir. All right, we also like to welcome the medical director, the director of medical lab services, Unuyo Teaching Hospital. Please, let's welcome Dr. Imabong Abasiabom. Abasibom. Imabasibom. Your hands together for Dr. Imabong Inyobong Imabasibom. Oh boy. Capacity names were here. Please let's love her. Mama, I know I spoiled the name. God will help me. Mama, forgive your boy. God bless you. Thank you very much, ma. Of course, she's a medical laboratory scientist. Capacity Mama, we celebrate you. All right. Still on the high table, we'd like to welcome the Director of Institutes for Biomedical Research and Innovations, University of Uyo. Of course, he's also a consultant microbiologist, University of Uyo Teaching Hospital. Please, let's welcome Professor Anietie Moses. Professor Anietie Moses, your hands together for him as he makes his way. Is he here? He's here. Oh, he's here. Prof, you are doing things. Please, when he's done, your hands together for Prof. God bless you. Thank you very much, Prof. Of course, Professor of Medical Microbiology and Immunology, Niger Delta University, is no other but Professor Tadfen Merabal. Your hands together for Professor Tadfen Merabal. He is definitely on his way. Also, we have the Dean, Faculty of Medical Lab Science, Unical, Malabite, Professor of Medical Microbiology. Let's welcome Professor Paul Ian Eta. Your hands together for him. He's also on his way. Thank you for celebrating them. Of course, they will make their way. Of course, at this point, I'd like to also welcome the presence of our Professor Tadfen is in the building. Your hands together as we welcome Professor Tadfen Marabal, Capacity Professor of Medical Microbiology and Immunology, Niger Delta University. Please, your hands together as we welcome Professor Tadfen Marabal. Yes, so Prof, you're looking very traditional. Thank you for honoring our wonderful invitation. Welcome, sir. All right, at this point, I also like to welcome our 001 capacity. He is the former YMLS capacity national president. And of course, he's here, not innocent representative because he knows these things. And he's also my Oga, personal Oga. Please, let's welcome no other but MLS Jeff Siladi Isoma. Your hands together to welcome my boss, Organa Master. I celebrate you. It will interest you to know that he's also the secretaries of secretaries in the national platform. Capacity man, your hands together for him again. He's also the secretary of this wonderful association from River State. And he's there not just anyhow, but he's showing capacity. Once again, your hands for MLS Soma Chadi. Your hands together for him. I celebrate you, sir. In the same vein, I've just been informed that the AMSIN national president is here. We'll celebrate him as soon as we get the signal. Please, let's welcome the presence of the AMSIN national president, who is ably represented by Mr. Osarobo Esiwe. Your hands together for him as he makes his way. Make una clap, you know easy. Make una clap, you know easy. Yes. Even on a Friday with a knack tie, now the work we do. God bless you, sir. Thank you very much. Let's celebrate him. Your hands together for him. Your hands together for him. Mr. Osarobo, a good man. I celebrate you, sir. You will love to know that he's the North Vice President. I'm saying South. I greet you, sir, and you're welcome. Thank you very much. Also, I would like in the same vein to welcome our 001, current 001. Please, if your hands are not busy, let's give it up to the leadership and the one sailing this wonderful ship. He's no other but MLS Emmanuel Koda Nuka. Your hands together for our capacity chairman. Make una clap. Make una clap. Make una clap. At this point, why MLS make una stand up? President of the small president. Thank you. Capacity president. A good man. A good man. I celebrate you greatly, my brother and my friend. You have done well. We celebrate you greatly. At this juncture, the high table is well constituted. And now, we'll go to the business of the day. But before that, let's rise for the national anthem. DJ. National anthem. Hey. National anthem. You want to give us another 10 for another 10? What is happening? Thank you. Please, the AMSIN anthem. Hold on. You know, we are in a national platform. It's not good for us to be doing him here. So we need one person, and that person will come from the ESCO. Please, let's welcome to take this rendition of our anthem. Let's welcome Baba Jex. Your hands together for the secretary as he makes his way. Let's welcome MLS Jegede. Your hands together for him as he makes his way. He's a good man. One of the clap. Aha! You must show capacity. That is the business we are here for. Please just interest. One clap for him.
I used to have it in the head, but table and permit me, let me read it from. There it is.
Thank you once again, Baba Jakes. Before we leave here, two things will happen to all of us. We'll wait for that gate. If you don't know how to sing this anthem, you know we'll get CPD. Your hands together once again, please. Let's have our seats. Thank you very much. All right. So on your program, it's time for us to have our opening prayer. Remember, it's the national convention for the YMLSF. And of course, we can't just pray. We'll take a Christian prayer and a Muslim prayer. Please, let's start with the Christian. On that note, I'd like to welcome my brother and friend, MLS, Kema Godson. Your hands together for Kema Godson as he makes the opening prayer. Your hands together for YMLS. One clap for him. Yeah, do it.
Okay, let's rise up and take the opening prayer. Our Lord and our God, we thank you, worship and adore you. We give you praise for all you've done for us. Father, as we start, Lord, we ask you start with us in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Guide all the affairs of today. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
So call on MLS Jegede for the prayers. Popularly called MLS Jax.
Thank you very much, sir. In the name of Almighty Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, we give thanks and praises to Almighty Allah for giving us the opportunity to gather here once today as we commence this annual public health lecture in the almighty name of God. May He make us to be successful with our lectures, our deliberations, and unity. In the mighty name of God, I pray. Amen.
Thank you very much. Your hands together for MLS Jakes. Thank you very much. I would also like to recognize the presence of Dr. Aniekan Augusta. Oh, in that capacity, Department of Medical Microbiology. Hands together as to celebrate you. Capacity. We recognize you. Also, we would like to recognize the presence of the AMC UUTH chairman. He's no other but Dr. Tony Dixon. Your hands together for him. We celebrate you. He's here. Your hands together, he's here. Let's celebrate him, please. You're welcome, sir. All right. In the line of recognition, please let me recognize the presence. Okay, I've done that. That's the Aniekan. I've also, let's recognize the presence of the head of Molecular Laboratories, Akwa Ibom. Please, let's celebrate the presence of Dr. Julie Eko. Your hands together for her. You're welcome, ma'am. We celebrate you. Of course, one of our resource persons here is no other but Dr. Kamsi Elechi Amadi, Department of Medical Laboratory Science, Rivers State University. Your hands together for him. We celebrate you greatly, sir. Of course, if you look at your program, you will see all those wonderful faces. They are here present. They did not send representatives. So together, let's celebrate them and also celebrate yourselves. Together, let's clap for ourselves for answering the clarion call to this wonderful event. Thank you and thank you. Without wasting much of our time, at this point, we would like to have some welcome address. First, we would like to take the welcome address from the Akwa Ibom State YMLS and AMSIN chairman. Please, let's welcome the presence of the chairman for their opening remark. Your hands together for capacity, capacity, capacity. Let's celebrate him. Okay, don't worry. If I come on here, go give me down on a chicken.
Thank you so much. The chairman of the occasion, distinguished speakers, colleagues and friends, ladies and gentlemen. This is a welcome address by the state chairman of Association of Medical Laboratory Scientists of Nigeria, Akwa Ibom State Branch. On behalf of the Association of Medical Laboratory Scientists of Nigeria, Akwa Ibom State Branch, I welcome you all to the 4th annual Public Health Lecture of Young Medical Laboratory Scientists Forum, hosted by our dear state, Akwa Ibom State, the land of promise. We thank the Almighty God who has granted you all safe travel from far and wide. This is a very special occasion for us because it is indeed the first time the Young Medical Laboratory Scientists Forum, Akwa Ibom State Branch, will be hosting the annual Public Health Lecture in its existence. The theme of this year's Public Health Lecture, Public Health Laboratories and Disease Outbreaks, Past and Future Opportunities for Medical Laboratory Scientists, has been carefully selected at a time like this. And you have also chosen an erudite scholars who have distinguished themselves in the medical practice to do justice to the topic and sub-theme. I wish to use this opportunity to thank all individuals, organizations, government agencies for their unwavering support in making this event successful. The chairman of the occasion, political leaders, elders of our provisions, and all distinguished keynote speakers, we salute you. We do not take your coming for granted, but we urge you to continue to afford YMLS the benefit of your wealth of experience. Let me thank the YMLSF National President, sir, you're a good man, and his team for bringing the hosting right to Uyo. We appreciate your good leadership. We welcome you once again and wish you fruitful public health lecture as you explore the hospitality of Akwa Ibom State. God bless YMLSF, God bless AMSON, God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Capacity, chairman, before you go, wait. So what would you recommend for lunch in Akwa Ibom, please?
We have varieties of what you can think of. Afang and afiavere. Those are my special delicacies.
You've heard it. He said afang and afiavere, meaning that afia means white. Efere means soup. I learned that yesterday because I ate it. Your hands together for me. I've been eating things here. Wow. All right, let's also recognize the presence of the NOC chairman. And of course, and she doubles as the YMLSF vice president. Please, let's welcome please, MLS Patrick Umoyi. Your hands together as we celebrate the presence of this capacity VP. You are doing well. I almost call you she. God do agree. Say amen. All right. So we still proceed in the light of things here. We also want the NOC chairman, of course, to come for his welcome address. Your hands together as we welcome MLS Patrick Umoyi. Your hands together as he makes his way. Let's celebrate grace. One of the clap now. YMLS. You should clap. It's not easy. Thank you. Very sharp looking man. Umowi. Powerful. I greet you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Obong Sunday Etukudo, the Council Representative, AMSIN, National President, Representative, the keynote speaker, Professor Osei, and the special speakers around, most especially Professor Taj Feng Mirabu, my mentor, pathfinder, and my benefactor, the national president, the hard workaholic president, MLS Kuda. He has been an inspiration to all of us in the executive. The LOC chairman, also the AMSUN chairman, Uyo, and Akwa Ibom State, who has been very, very impactful in this program. Very, very supportive. And the entire executives, national executive, we want to say we appreciate you all. Also, all delegates from far and near, we want to say you are all welcome to Uyo, the South-South zone. And this program is a good one to help us well. We also want to tell you the best zone and the most secure zone, the South-South zone, is filled with a lot of enjoyment. All you just need to do, have some catch in your hand and enjoy everything. Thank you. You are especially welcome. You are safe and enjoy your stay here in the South-South. Thank you.
Enjoy your stay here in the South-South. On the same line, please, let's also welcome the Akwa Ibom State YMLSF for his own welcome address. Your hands together as he makes his way.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, sir, all protocol duly observed. Permit me to stand on the already established protocol to welcome all of you to Akwa Ibom State, the land of promise. I want to believe that from yesterday, when you arrived at Akwa Ibom State till now, I'm sure the changes have occurred tremendously in your body. And I want to assure you, just like the South-South Vice President have said, Akwa Ibom State is one of the most secured states here in Nigeria. And for the single young medical laboratory scientist, I want to be very much raised assured that you are using your eyes very well, so that shortly after this public health lecture, we will have cause to smile again. Mr. Chairman, sir, we just have two passionate appeals to present as part of this effort. First, it is worthy to note that this is the first Young Medical Laboratory Scientists Forum in Akwa Ibom State, and we are very much lucky that this hosting has come to Akwa Ibom at a time like this. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for this very kind gesture. Mr. Chairman, sir, I want to be very much assured that due to the theme of this very public health lecture, that more opportunities will be open to young medical laboratory scientists in the state, especially as we are anticipating opening. So it is my passionate appeal that through your good office, that the young medical laboratory scientists will be advocated for. For our distinguished delegates who have come all the way from the 36 states of the Federation, I can assure you that Akwa Ibom State is a destination of choice. We have so many recreational centers. We have so many facilities that you want to witness. And be rest assured, before you leave the Akwa Ibom State, which was formerly the land of promise, which have been transformed to the land of fulfillment, you have a whole lot of good news to take back to where you are from. Thank you very much, and you're welcome to Akwa Ibom.
Capacity everywhere. Your hands together once again for your own self. One clap for yourself. Thank you. All right, it will also interest you to know that online we have over 2,000 people streaming. So let me greet them. You guys are doing well. Clap for yourself at home. At the workplace too. People should clap for them too. It's not easy. People should clap. People should clap. Over 2,000 streams for this wonderful program. Okay. At this point, we'd like to also inform you that the CMD of the state here is coming very soon. We'll have him here. But before that, let's welcome the 001, my friend and brother, Capacity Presido. Please your hands together to welcome MLS Emmanuel Koda. Make a clap for him. He's a good man. Please celebrate him, celebrate him. They say he's a workaholic president. Let's celebrate him.
All right, thank you. You know, at some point I was confused when the MC took over the microphone, and I was forced to ask one of my ESCO to know if MC Spiff has changed, because he has been at a very high level this morning. I was even thinking maybe he has taken something. But I really want to appreciate all your efforts and the energy you're putting into ensure that you contribute in our programs, and also to enable us tap into the talents and potentials you have to have something reasonable in the organization of our programs. I want to very sincerely recognize the presence of the chairman of this occasion, Obong Dr. Sunday Tukudowu, is ably represented by Dr. Tony Umor. I also want to recognize fully the presence of Professor Monde Francis Usei, a past president of the Association of Medical Laboratory Scientists of Nigeria. And at some point when we went to meet him at Calabar to take up the role of the keynote speaker of this conference, his response, we were filled with hopes that we have elders who truly and sincerely have interest for the young medical laboratory scientists in Nigeria to grow, bringing a caliber of a sort to a program like this. Of course, most of you must have gone through his profile. And bringing someone like here to be a keynote address is a very big plus, and has sincerely added credence and much value to the Young Medical Laboratory Scientist Forum. So thank you so much. A round of applause for him, please. I also want to recognize the presence of Professor Tatfen Miriabo. I want to say sincerely appreciate you all the way from Bayelsa down to Uyo to impact knowledge and share your ideas, your vast ideas with the young. The truth is that we can't go far without your tutelage, without your mentorship. And when we have the likes of you at that position to help us grow, we have no other option than to say a very big thank you. We sincerely appreciate. We are still expecting the arrival of Professor Paul Inyerato, one of the presenters for today. Let me also recognize the presence of, my apologies, sir. My sincere apologies. Please, next time, Spiff, the AMSIN president should not stay behind me. I almost didn't say him. My apologies, sir. Please, let me recognize the presence of the AMSIN national president, who is ably represented by the vice president, South-South Zone, Mr. Osarabo Esewi. You're welcome, sir. Thank you very much. I also want to recognize the presence of the National Welfare Officer of the Association of Medical Laboratory. She has been very helpful since for about 3 days I've been around. Thank you for all you've been doing. Thank you so much. And also the chairman of AMSAIN Akwa Ibom State Branch. Thank you for all that you have been doing. For the wonderful host, I want to say a very big thank you. And my director, who is also here, I know you were making mistake with the names. I will not make mistake. She is Dr. Iniobong Abasibong. I'm sure I got it correctly. I didn't get it correctly. Wahala. Okay. Thank you so much for coming. Pardon me, please. And my immediate past president, someone I respect so much, but before I recognize him, he's also standing in place for the chairman of the Chairman and Secretaries Forum, AMSAIN. And that is Mr. Caleb Kiari. Okay, so thank you for coming. I want to appreciate you. I've always been there all through our programs, even after you handed over to us. And it showed that you didn't just give us the mantle. We were also there to guide and mentor us through. So thank you so much for coming. we are expecting the arrival of the CMD of the University of Uyo Teaching Hospital. So while we wait for him, please permit me to read my welcome address. Faculty greetings, great colleagues. On behalf of the national leadership of the Young Medical Laboratory Scientists Forum, I welcome our distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, members of the Young Medical Laboratory Scientists Forum, and our dear participants to the 4th edition of the YMLSF Annual Public Health Lecture. The 3rd edition is designed to open a new era of knowledge in the area of public health and disease outbreaks, with great potential to open up opportunities for our participants. Public health being a viable and critical aspect of patient care with a huge reliance on diagnosis, informed our decision on this theme. Hence, we anticipate our members developing themselves in this area and contributing meaningfully to quality healthcare delivery in Nigeria and beyond. It is with great pleasure to inform you that our esteemed speakers have been carefully selected and are ready to impact and share their knowledge and vast experience with all participants. Other highlights of this year's Annual Public Health Lecture include a novelty match that have been played. By the grace of God, it was 0-0. Please don't misquote me. Other highlights of this year include novelty match between YMLSF and the Young Pharmacist Group, a cocktail party, a panel discussion, and an excursion to the largest sand beach in West Africa, the Ibom beach, that will take place tomorrow. The essence of this activity is to give you a blend of knowledge and fun. And Akwa Ibom, being the land of promise, offers us high hopes of enjoying its ambience and beautiful tourist attractions within the state. I also warmly wish to appreciate the AMSIN and YMLSF Akwa Ibom State Branch for accepting to host the 4th APHL and for your support and commitment to making this event a great success. And to my dear National ESCO, thanks for the sacrifices you are making. You've been making to better the lot of young medical laboratory scientists in Nigeria and the profession. It will surely pay off someday. Lastly, on behalf of the YMLSF National Leadership, I appreciate our parent body, the Association of Medical Laboratory Scientists of Nigeria, and the Medical Laboratory Science Council of Nigeria, our sponsors, invitees, and members for providing resources and enabling environments that will facilitate successful and memorable activities of the 4th APHL in Akwa Ibom State. Thank you so much. Please enjoy the public health lecture. Thank you.
Presido. All right. I went to tease him a little. When he don't give me work, what will I do? That is life. So we are here to say that the program is already kicking. We're going smooth and steady. Our brethren from Feta and from Calabar are on their way. They just informed us that they had a little in their car, but they'll be here with us in no time. All right, at this point, we'd like to get the welcome address and, of course, the goodwill message as well from our national president. Of course, he's represented here by our senior elder, Mr. Osarabo Esewi. Your hands together as he makes his way for his. Please, let's clap. This is our president. Everybody, let's clap. On your feet, everybody. Let's celebrate our president. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much. Standing on already established protocol. My name is Esewi Osarabo, the 2nd National Vice President, South Zone of this great association. I'm here in dual capacity to represent the national president and also to honor my invitation as one of the special guests of honor. First and foremost, I want to thank the president and his school of Young Medical Laboratory Scientists Forum for the good work they're doing and for organizing this annual public health lecture, which is the 4th in the series, and with the theme Public Health Laboratories and Disease Outbreak, Past and Present, Past and Future Opportunities for Medical Laboratory Scientists. The theme is very apt and we commend them for bringing these great scholars. The quality of the speakers is great, and this is deeply appreciated. As I said, that I'm representing our national president, Professor James Garba Damen. He said I should extend his greetings to each and every one of us that are present here, and that is highly delighted with the consistencies of your annual public health lectures, and that you have his support anytime, any day. Thank you so much. We appreciate.
Please, it will interest you to know that just stepping in with this wonderful entourage is the CMD of UUTH. Your hands together for him as he makes his way. Let's celebrate him. Capacity. Capacity everywhere. So you're looking very fresh. When I grow old, I will be like you, sir. You look good. You look good, sir. Let's celebrate our CMD. Wonderful looking man. Wow. Akwa Ibom is indeed very beautiful. You see, when a man is very handsome, they can call him what? Beautiful man. Wahalo. All right. Let's proceed. At this point, the chairman of this wonderful occasion, all right, for this wonderful occasion, ably represented is Obong Dr. Sunday U. Etugudo. Is the provost of the Federal School of Medical Laboratory Science, Jos. And he is the chairman, but here is ably represented by Dr. Tony Umor. Let's have him for his opening and welcome remark. Your hands together for our able chairman. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Great scientist. I'm not hearing you well. Great scientist. Come on, give me 3 Goza. 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 Great. Thank you very much. The chairman of this occasion, Obong Dr. Sunday Etugudo, asked me to extend his greetings and felicitations as at last night by about 8 p.m. or thereabout. I got a call from him that after he had finished making all the arrangements to be here with you in Uyo, he had to turn down that opportunity because of the visit of a team from the West African Postgraduate College of Medical Lab Science who were with him there in the college. So he has asked me to extend his apologies to you. However, he has asked me to present his address, and that is what I want to do right now. An address presented by the chairman of this occasion, Obong Dr. Sunday N. Etugudo, PhD, Federal School of Medical Laboratory Technology Sciences, Jos, on the occasion of the 4th Annual Public Health Lecture of YMLSF held today, 11 November 2022 in Uyo, Akwa Ibom State. The keynote speaker, other distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, as someone who is highly committed to impactful mentorship, youth development, and the progress of our dear profession, I am always delighted when I am invited to the events organized by the Young Medical Laboratory Scientists Forum. Talk more of sharing it, as it gives me the opportunity to contribute to the growth and development of the forum and the profession at large. Therefore, it is a great pleasure for me to speak to you this morning, to welcome every one of you most cordially to this public health lecture. I wish to also thank the organizers for choosing me to chair this occasion and for hosting this auspicious event in Uyo, the land of promise, my home. I believe you will take some time out to explore the peaceful, serene, and beautiful city of Uyo you are in. As we reminisce on the topic, public health laboratories and disease outbreak, past and future, opportunities for medical laboratory scientists, I would like to quote one of the famous pieces about this profession I have ever known from a portrait in the Federal School of Medical Laboratory Technology, Jos, believed to have been made some decades ago, and that is, we are still looking at you long after the clinic has shut. This to me is very true, and if this piece is to be expanded, I would like it to be this way. We have been looking at your health long before the clinic was opened, when it was opened, and long after it has shut. This depicts our role in disease prevention and control, disease management, and monitoring the patient's response to treatment. This is what we do. Let me share my thoughts in this line with this topic with you, that the past of our laboratories dwells so much on the opportunities within the confines of the four major specialties of chemical pathology, hematology, medical microbiology, and histopathology. But if we must move with the trend to fit into the changing world and the complexity of our healthcare and laboratory system, we must individually break out of these confines now, and in future delve into and obtain certificates in areas where we have been silent in and become specialized in them. Areas such as public health, epidemiology, logistics and supply chain, management, data analysis, implementation science, production of vaccines and consumables, health economics, embryology, andrology, reproductive science, public policy and administration, and then you have politics, etc. These have the potential to improve our opportunities, both locally and internationally. Let me express my confidence in the season's academics you have put together to do justice to the topics outlined for your pleasure. As we enjoy this intellectual feast, remember the weddings of the last stanza of the anthem. Masters, no longer toddlers. Medical lab scientists across the land are attributes of talent, high tide of medical lab science. This is who you are. Thank you very much. And he has asked me to extend this breaking news that the following faculties have been approved for our fellowship program of the West African Postgraduate College of Medical Lab Science at Jos. And these faculties include bacteriology, blood transfusion science, clinical chemistry, hematology, molecular diagnostics and translational science, parasitology and entomology, and then virology. I think this attracts an applause. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tony Umo. Your hands together once again for our chairman. Thank you very much. Without wasting much of our time, at this point, I would like to, a very fine man, I would like to, at this point, for you, let us celebrate our special guest. He is no other person but Professor M.M. Abasi. Your hands together. He is the CMD of University of Uyo Teaching Hospital. A very fine, wonderful man, Professor M.M. Abasi Basi. Your hands together as he gives us his own goodwill message. He is our special guest in this wonderful occasion. So if you like, I can give you my mic. Thank you.
The chairman of the occasion, Dr. Etugudo, that's my big brother, ably represented by Dr. Umo. The guest speaker, Professor Use. My brother, Professor Moses. Other members of the high table, please, so I don't get your names wrong. It's always better not to say, but to recognize. I can't forget my sister, who is a director in a hospital, Mrs. Ibom, Ibom. The president of the Young Medical Laboratory Scientists Forum, who I met just a few days ago, and I would say I was very impressed, with his eloquence. MLS Emmanuel Nkuma, right? Nkuda.
Powerful.
And other young medical laboratory scientists. I would say it's my honor and privilege to be here with you. During the courtesy visit, I did accept to come in here, and I promised you, unfortunately, I cannot stay long because I have a burial which I was actually on my way to, when I had to turn back because of the urgency. But just to say that the University of Uyo Teaching Hospital management, by extension of which I represent here, is very happy to welcome all of you to Uyo, because I know some of you may have come out from other stations to welcome you to Uyo. And then I know you have a 2-day program, and to wish you a very successful program. Now, what you're having is a public lecture, and this cannot be the importance cannot be overemphasized, because these things add to knowledge. It adds to the body of knowledge. I've gone through, the presentations. I've seen that you have very many erudite speakers. I wonder how all of them are going to speak within the 2 days. It means they're going to stay here for quite some time. But I beg you to stay and listen and learn. Like I told you when you visited me, the young scientist, the importance of mentorship in the medical profession cannot be overemphasized. The importance of mentorship cannot be overemphasized. And I did share my story with you. And then what are the things, but the most important thing is that the need for you to be mentored properly. And I was listening to the speech by the chairman. We all have to understand and recognize the fact that the medical laboratory science profession is growing exponentially. We are growing in leaps and bounds. And to a large extent, it should be encouraged, because the bane of medical practice is quackery. If I'm a clinician, and no matter how good a clinician I am, if I do not get the right diagnosis, I would not give the right treatment. And so I think everybody needs to understand that and try to encourage professionalism of the highest orders. People need to know and do the right thing. The other thing I've always pleaded is that the need for us, when you look at a health system, I've always said it, a health system consists of groups, networks, of the interconnecting parts, all of which are trying to ensure that you can deliver quality health service. So the different professions in the health sector need to learn how to close ranks and work together. We need to do that because we all need each other and we complement each other. And you need to get that right, that you need to work together. Having said that, I would say that we at the UTH would continue to ensure that we encourage, the proper practice of medical laboratory science in our hospital. by ensuring a conducive work environment for you to work in. And I have actually promised that by next year, we will occupy that new medical laboratory complex. We are in the, as we speak, we're actually trying to, we've actually equipments, more laboratory equipments to come in to ensure that you have a proper working environment. So that will be done. The other request that you laid before me, I also did promise. Have a I wish I could speak without this. That if we have a favorable budget, personnel budget for next year, first and foremost, we will increase the number of medical laboratory science interns. So we can have more people, more space for people to do internship. And of course, whenever we recruit, we will continue to ensure that we recruit medical laboratory scientists. On the issue of hazard, the new hazard, I can assure you that very soon something will be done. As I speak, I was already feeling, we received a template from the Federal Ministry of Health, and all the names of our interns will be included for the payment of arrears. I don't know when it will come, but what we can assure that it will surely come. But in the short run, we will try to ensure that we recalculate your salaries. So hopefully, from this month of November, your salaries will reflect, you understand, your new hazard. The arrears will be paid when it comes. And I just want to say thank you. I'm told I'm going to be given an award. I do not take this, for granted. I do not take it lightly. And I want to thank you for that. I can assure you that I would continue to work to justify the confidence that all of you have reposed in me. To God be the glory.
I told you people that this man is not just a fine man, but is also a friend to MLS. Your hands together once again for Professor Emama Basi, a very fine gentleman. At this point, please permit me to hand over this wonderful award to Professor Tadfen Merabal to present our wonderful CMD on this wonderful occasion. Please, your hands together as we present this wonderful award. Please, let's go so that we can have good pictures, memories. Outside, sir. Yes. So after this, please, members of the high table will have a picture session with him before he leaves. Thank you.
On behalf of YMLS, we present to you this Excellent Leadership Award for your pragmatic leadership, selfless commitment, and significant contributions in increasing the quality and standard of healthcare delivery in the University of Uyo Teaching Hospital and the Akwa Ibom State Health Sector. Congratulations.
Please, I want to appreciate this award with just a personal, this is not from hospital, it's from me, contribution of 100,000 naira. You send me an account, you get the money today. Thank you very much.
Please, let's have you. Please, all members of the high table, he's our special guest. Let's honor him. Let's have a picture session with him, please. Your hands together as they come. He is indeed a good man. If I was in Port Harcourt, I would have sang one song now. But since I'm here, my child, CMD, you are blessed. All right, please let's meet. Funny enough, the CMD knows the song. It is Port Harcourt to the wall. Do you know the song? You want to sing it? You want to go? Yes, one sing today. All right, let's have this wonderful pictorial session. Are we okay? Your hands together once again for this wonderful epoch. Oh, okay, one more. I told you it's not just a CMD, but a jolly good fellow. CMD, you're a good man. We love you.
Let's get together and feel alright. Hear the children crying.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, senior colleagues, professors. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Let's get together and feel alright. Whoa, 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 whoa. Let them all pass all their dirty rivers.
Thank you for honoring our invitation. We hope that we'll eat, what's that food again? White soup. Afia efere. Wahala. It's a very wonderful delicacy. Thank you very much. Your hands together as he makes his way to a very busy schedule of his. Let's celebrate him. Thank you very much, sir, for honoring us. God bless you, and we love you, sir. Thank you. All right. At this point, Mr. DJ, give us some background while I make inquiries from my principal. Please, Mr. DJ, that one love, keep the play on. Let's stay together and feel all right. Thank you.
Feel alright. Saying, let's get together and feel alright. Whoa, 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 whoa. Let you respect your woman's rights. Make you no forget, say that you are blood will be alright. It's your way to be a best. Take a a woman needs affection, protection, attention. Somebody may go hold you tight. All through the night I said you need somebody may go treat you right.
Thank you very much, DJ. All right, it will interest you to know that in Akwa Ibom, one of the music they love the most is reggae. Sometimes they call it reggae. I like reggae. Never see anything. We are here. All right, at this point, please, because of time, most of if you see your program, we have a lot of goodwill messages. But the beautiful thing is, they are also resource persons. So in the course of their presentations, of course, they will also give their goodwill message. At this point, let's welcome the keynote speaker for this wonderful event. This is the 4th annual public health lecture and is hosted here in Akwa Ibom. If your hands are not busy, please, let's welcome the keynote speaker for this wonderful occasion, Professor Monday F. Osai. Of course, he is the keynote speaker and he will be speaking on the theme, Public Health Laboratories and Disease Outbreak and Future Opportunities for the Medical Laboratory Scientists. Please, let's welcome our keynote Usai. Thank you. We're here. I like that. They just corrected me that it is what? Usai. Please, let's welcome him as he makes his way. Let's celebrate him. Let's celebrate him. Professor Monday F. Usai. Please, let's celebrate him. Thank you. ladies and gentlemen, you know we're here, we're learning. Of course, before he comes up, we'll have his citation read. Please, let's welcome MLS Joe Great for the reading of the citation of Professor Monday Hussein. Your hands together for Joe Great as he makes his way. Let's celebrate him. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, MC. It's an honor to read the citation of our leader and a very wonderful professor of medical laboratory sciences.
All right. At this point, we'll humbly ask our keynote speaker and our father today to please remain standing. Of course, he should be standing. Of course, he should to the front. Okay, sir. Please, they said you should come to the front. Let's welcome our wonderful erudite professor, Professor Monday F. Hussein, as he makes his way to the front whilst his wonderful citation is being taken. Let's celebrate our father. Let's celebrate our father as he makes his way. Let's celebrate our father as he makes his way. Thank you. Whilst he's standing, we will take citation. BG. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, MC. It's an honor to read the citation of Professor Monday Francis Hussein. Professor Francis Monday Hussein was born on the 8th of May 1964 and hails from SCN Udim, EGO of Akwa Ibom State. He obtained his SSC from Independence High School, Okana, SCN Udim, Akwa Ibom State in 1979. Professor Hussein proceeded to the School of Medical Laboratory Science, University of Calabar Teaching Hospital in 1981, from where he graduated in 1985 as the best graduating in bacteriology. He became a fellow of the Medical Laboratory Science Council of Nigeria in the year 1991 and obtained his MSc and PhD in medical microbiology and parasitology from the University of Calabar in 1992 and 1998 respectively. In May 1999, he went on to obtain a postdoctorate fellowship from the University of Wales, Bangor, United Kingdom. In 2007, he became a professor of medical parasitology at the University of Calabar with 62 publications in both national and international reputable journals to his name as well, a book chapter contributions. Professor Hussein has supervised over 10 PhD and 15 master theses and has assessed 8 candidates for elevation to the rank of professors, readers, and across universities. A man of deep knowledge and insight, Professor Hussein has served as a consultant medical parasitologist at the University of Calabar Teaching Hospital, Calabar, since 2002. He is also a consultant to General Yakubu Gowon Center on case management and diagnosis of malaria, as well to the National Malaria Elimination Program and the Malaria Action Program for States, MAPS. He is a visiting professor at the Medical Laboratory Science Faculty of Usman Danfodio University, Sokoto, and has served as external examiner at both undergraduate and postgraduate levels to various institutions. Professor Monday Hussein has served at various levels in the following capacity. You'll be wowed. He was one-time chairman, MLSN Accreditation Committee to the Department of Medical Laboratory Science, University of Nigeria, Enugu Campus 2018. He was one-time member MLSN Accreditation Committee to the Department of Medical Laboratory Science, Madonna University, LLA Campus, River State. He was one-time member, National Bureau Committee on African Traditional Medicine of the Standard Organization of Nigeria, 2018. He was one-time member, MLSC and BMLS Curriculum Review Committee, 2017. He was one-time chairman, committee to draw the roadmap for the celebration of MLSN Golden Jubilee. He was one-time chairman, ad hoc committee on education, MLSCN. Was one-time chairman, independent arbitration committee for EQAPTS scheme, Medical Laboratories Council of Nigeria. He was one-time dean, Faculty of Allied Medical Sciences, University of Calabar from 2014 to 2016. He was member, Committee of West African Health Organization, Center of Excellence for Human Resources for Health in ECOWAS, November 2012. You can do better than that. He was one-time member, Committee of Deans and Directors of University of Calabar, 2014 to 2016. He was member, Graduate School Board of the University of Calabar, 2014 to 2016. Member, Central Admission Committee, University of Calabar, 2014 to 2016. Member, College of Medical Sciences Management Committee, University of Calabar, 2014 to 2016. Member, Governing Council Subcommittee of the University of Calabar, College of Medicine, Medical Sciences currently. He's also chairman, Senate Committee of Examination Results, Vetting Committee, Faculty of Law, University of Calabar. He is the coordinator of Part 3 and Part 4 Professional Examinations of the Medical Laboratories Council of Nigeria. He is an external examiner for Part 3 and Part 4 of Professional Examination 2 for MLSCN. He is the member Curriculum Review Committee, or he was member Curriculum Review Committee of MLSCN 1999 to 2000. He was acting head Medical Laboratory Department of 10 Medical Laboratory Department of University of Calabar and now faculty. He is an he's also a politician. So he was a former Assistant National Secretary of AMSIN, 1996 to 1998. He was former National Secretary of AMSIN, National, also from 1998 to 2002. And I want you to be clapping as I'm saying this one. He was our former National President of AMSIN from the year 1999, from the year 2004 to 2008. Please, a round of applause for him again. As I'm rounding up his resume, pardon me as I round up because he is a man of too much capacity. He is, or he was, member, University of Calabar Senate Committee and chairman of Examination Committee of MLSCM, Yaba, Lagos. Currently, he is also member of Accreditation Committee of Medical Laboratory Science Council. I think the CV is so much. Let me just summarize by saying that he has numerous fellowships, and just to mention but a few, he has fellowship of the Medical Laboratory Science Council of Nigeria, and he's also a fellow Association of Medical Laboratory Scientists of Nigeria. He is also a fellow Royal Society of Tropical Medicine, Almighty Royal Society of Tropical Medicine and Hygiene, United Kingdom, and he is also a member of Nigerian Society of Parasitologists and member New York Academy of Science, United States, not United States of Akwa Ibom, United States of America. He is no other person than a man that we call our father, a professor, a politician, and a strategist, Professor Monday Use. He is our keynote speaker, and he will be speaking on the topic public health laboratories and disease outbreaks, past and future opportunities for medical laboratory scientists. Please, with a standing ovation, I would like us to put a round of applause for our keynote speaker as he comes over to deliver his speech. Please, a round of applause for him once more. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Prof. Please, thank you. You know, Prof will be lecturing, so I want to plead with the high table to please come to the place at the front here reserved for you so you could see his slide. And of course, we'd like to also recognize the entrance. Yes, the light should be also dim. Please dim the lights. Also, someone just was another professor, Professor Ian Eto, is the Dean of Faculty of Medical Lab Science, UNICAL. Please just celebrate him. Please, sir, I would like you to come to the front row. And also, he came with a friend, Professor Uyom Ubana Uyom, is also the Dean of Graduate School, UNICAL. Please let's greet him as he makes his way to the front. Over to our prof. God bless you, sir.
Thank you. Please, Mr. Chairman of this occasion, permit me to stand on the existing protocol. Please, can we go to the next slide? That is the order of my presentation. I would like to take on the definition of model of public health approach, and public health core sciences. Thereafter, we look at definition of epidemiology and surveillance, which are very, very important in this context. Then we shall look at the 11 core functions of public health laboratories. We will explore the role of laboratories in the management of public health. We know so much of the role of laboratories in clinical medicine, but today we will dwell more on public health. Then we are going to describe each of the core functions of the public health laboratory. Next slide. Then we will look at my contributions in this struggle. What have I done to promote public health laboratories? We shall look at the way forward and then get to the end. All right. Public health is everywhere. Somebody can ask you, is public health a profession? Is public health a profession on its own? The answer is no. Public health is just a 4-year program that you get a BSc in public health. But that is aside. But for this function, we say it is a science and art of preventing disease, because it's easy to prevent than to manage. It also has to do with prolonging life and promoting health through informed choices of society, organizations, public and private, communities and individuals. So if we add the two, cost of health minimal. Now, what are the model of public health? Here, we say the public health model is a concept with currency in many disciplines. It's not a standalone subject. That's why when you go to most departments of public health, you have doctors, you have medical lab scientists, can even have sociologists, much as you can find. Then these disciplines include health, education, very crucial, very, very crucial, and welfare. Now, here we say that an epidemiological model that attempts to prevent or reduce a particular illness or problem. Your thing is not flowing well. All right, let's go to the next slide. Now, this is a public health approach. You have a problem and you want to raise a response to the problem. What is the problem? What is the cause? What works? How do you do it? Now, this is what we call a public health approach. And in trying to answer these questions, you must have a surveillance study. You must determine the risk factors or identify the risk factors, and intervention has to come into play with evaluation, then implementation of the plan. So it is a well-orchestrated approach. It is not an approach you just start from here and jump here. It has to be systematic so that you can have productive results. Next slide. All right, public health core sciences. Like I said, it is an area that involves so many components. For instance, surveillance, we have effectiveness, we have epidemiology, we have informatics, and we have the laboratory, which is the subject of the discussion this afternoon. All right, can we make progress? Now, epidemiology. Epidemiology is a word that we use every day, every time, uncountable. What, therefore, is epidemiology? I decided to adopt the CDC definition of epidemiology, which says that it is a method used to find the causes of health outcomes and diseases in a population. This makes epidemiologists different from native doctors. The native doctor does not investigate. He doesn't know what is responsible. He gives you one medicine that cures everything. But in epidemiology, you want to find what is the etiologic agent. How many people are involved? What is the role of the environment in the disease causation? What are the factors that, if you play around, can reduce the impact of the disease? And so the result of epidemiology is a systematic approach which you use to reduce the intensity of infection. That is why in the second bullet there, we define it more appropriately by saying it is a study which can be scientific, systematic, and data-driven. That is very, very important, data-driven. Of the distribution, in this we consider frequency, patterns, and determinants. What are the causes? What are the risk factors and the events in a specified population? All right, let's progress. Now then, another close word in public health is surveillance. How do you keep track of what is happening so that you can have the people prevented, so that you can prevent disease? Now we said surveillance contribute data and information to assess and characterize the burden and distribution of adverse health events. Very unfortunately in Nigeria, we talk about surveillance only when there is a problem. If there is an outbreak like we had COVID-19, and we start running from pillar to post as if we did not have plans, and when once the problem, comes slow like we have now, nobody cares for surveillance. And that is why if it comes back, like other infectious diseases have been coming back, you don't have yourself to blame. It prioritizes public health action, monitor the impact of measures, and of course, identifying emerging conditions that may have a significant impact upon population health. Many years ago, we will get to that slide, I was imagining our population is increasing, our resources are collapsing. Our territories, areas, forest areas that we were not living, today we are living. And what is the impact of that? Animals, dangerous animals, non-dangerous animals are coming into the human ecosystem. With the interaction of man and these animals that carry very dangerous diseases, it became clear to me that we are going in the next few years to enter into serious problem. Another thing that was of concern to me was antibiotics resistance. It is a big challenge now. And so if we are not serious with our public health system, I can tell you more problems are coming. And that will be very bad. How important is the medical laboratory? Medical laboratory scientists remain medical laboratory scientists. Whether they are in the routine clinical laboratory, whether they are in the public health laboratory, whether they are in the brewery industry or water industry, what is constant is that you are a medical laboratory scientist. And so what are the historical reference to laboratories? One is the one made by Pasteur, and he said laboratories are the temple of the future. Was that not insightful enough? Laboratories are the temple of the future. You must depend on the laboratory if you want to render effective healthcare. Another one is the one statement made in 1914 by Charles Chaplin, and he wrote, "The diagnostic laboratory is the most essential part of the machinery for the control of communicable and environmental disease." Let's take the last one. Today, we know about 70% of decisions by clinicians are based on results of medical laboratories. This may even be higher in developed world, in Europe and North America. But here, we can take this as a statement of fact. So I need not overemphasize the importance of the work you do daily. But my interest is even that you do this work better with enough quality assurance. Let's proceed. Now, there are 11 core functions of public health laboratories. I will just run through them because we will take them step by step and try to see. The idea of bringing this thing out is you want to know what are the opportunities for medical laboratory scientists. Medical laboratory scientists perish the thought is not your routine work in the clinical laboratory. More is involved. We shall see that. Now, the first one is disease prevention, control, and surveillance. Second one is integrated data management. The third is reference and specialized testing. Number 4 is environmental health and protection. We have food safety. 6 is laboratory improvement and regulation. 7 is policy development. Next slide. 8 is public health preparedness and response. 9 is public health related research. 10 is training and education, while the last is partnership and education. In all these 11 cases, medical scientists play a strategic role. Now, before we go in depth, what is the difference between what you do, what we all do in the laboratory, and what you do when you are in the public health laboratory? In the clinical laboratories, you are tending to individual health. Patients are sick or patients come for routine investigation, samples are taken and you analyze this sample. But in public health, you are dealing with a population, which is quite significant. You want to know the disease trend in the population or the wellness trend in the population. Now, of this, there are specific things that are involved. Take, for instance, in the clinical laboratory, we have diagnostic testing. We have some reference testing, which is occasional in our own situation here. Then we have medical management. But in public health, we also have some element of diagnostic testing. We have reference testing, which is key. Then we have surveillance and monitoring. And we have emergency response support. We have applied research and workforce development and training. Now, what are the role of laboratories in of public health? My first bullet there is specialized advice and support. Because you are not doing what is routine, what is being done in clinical laboratories. So specialized advice and support, particularly for the investigation of outbreaks and epidemics, just like we had for COVID-19, just like we had when we had HIV, and so other outbreaks. Then the second one is specialized referred tests, not done at all laboratories, but which do not necessarily have to be sent to a reference laboratory, such as viral culture or other virology, mycology, serology, it is sad, very, very sad, that in 90% of medical laboratories in Nigeria, that you do not run real virology investigations. You do not. What you do is serology. Can you help us there? Somebody has played around with our light source. Please don't take your phone to that place again. I don't like my flow of thought to be disturbed. Are you getting it? All right, we were working on the second. I was just trying to say that a lot of our laboratories, because of not lack of skill, the skill is there, but because of lack of equipment, we are not able to do some real viral work, perhaps except for some form of serology. The same thing is even true of mycology. Mycology may be a double-edged sword, partly and partly equipment. But equipment in mycology are not even what you cannot afford. Now, the third bullet, which my friend Tafen will speak on, the molecular diagnostic tests, which are not widely available in other laboratories. And I think it took COVID-19 to bring senses into us. There were some laboratories in this country that even had a PCR infrastructure, but were never installed. And we had to be running up and down to install PCR infrastructure, molecular biology infrastructure. What I learned in 1988, 1999, when I was fellowship in the UK. That is our country for you. Next slide. The other ones are emergency response to bioterrorist incidents. Typical example is SARS, H5N1 influenza. And if you remember, in those days, they used to take us through in one of the Clostridia that can be used in warfare. All those things are still possible. The other one is research and development. If you remember, the public health laboratory system is a referral system that starts in some countries from the local to the state to the zonal and the national reference laboratory. But what we in a committee I said some years ago recommended for Nigeria is what CDC is, the HDC is, then you have zonal laboratories down to state laboratories. Now, additional work. And what is this additional work? Identification, or what we normally term typing. Next slide, please. Now, which areas are MLS domicile? I tried to answer this, but though it was not all-inclusive, clinical laboratories know that. Environmental laboratories, question, we are not there. Biological difference, mark, we are not there. Chemical threat, question mark, we are not there. The issue is, when are we going to be there? So that not be talking about lack of no job. People don't have job. There are jobs all over, but we need to develop the infrastructure to so that people can get jobs. All right, so we're now looking at the first bullet and not be able, for want of time, to go through them fully. But the first bullet is disease prevention, control, and surveillance. Here we say prevention and control of infectious, communicable, genetic, and chronic diseases, and environmental exposure. This may include testing for emerging and re-emerging microbial agents. We always reiterate it. Emerging and re-emerging. It was there, but it's coming back. Probably because somebody has broken the chain and brought what we thought was the way back to the human angle. And the infection is either spread from man to man, or we have arthropods, zoonotic animals that will spread the infection, causing us enormous harm. Now, we also, in this respect, refer to immune status, antibiotic resistance, screening for inherited metabolic disorders, particularly if you are in the US. Screening for neonatal disorder is a very serious problem because it must not be allowed to continue. But here is taken as a sophisticated thing. Recognition of outbreak and other events of identification and characterization of the cause. The question here is, does our routine clinical laboratories detect invading agents? Has there been any time that the clinical laboratories are the first to report an outbreak? Or is it because we have listened to what is happening abroad with clear line of identification of agents that we now put infrastructure and start running health task? That is a position. Monitoring of low incidence or high risk diseases, such as antibiotic resistance, tuberculosis. Tuberculosis is a challenge. This disease has been with us for so many years. Have we succeeded in reducing it to a level that is no longer of public health importance? The answer is no. Tuberculosis is devastating us the more with the state of our economy, with the state of poverty and the like. Next slide. Still now under integrated, that is my bullet number 2, integrated data management. We used to say anything that you do and there is no data, no recording, it's as good as not doing it, because you cannot plan. You don't plan based on nothing. If you don't plan on statistics, then you have not started. So here we say capturing laboratory data essential for public health analysis and decision making, including detection trends and sentinel events. Use of standard data format, influencing public health policy, participation in statewide disease reporting network, continued improvement of laboratory data systems. Even in our clinical laboratories, you finish the result of your lab test, the person maybe has gone, is well, it doesn't even bother, it doesn't come. You go there, there are heaps, but it can be better. In places where communication is online, you finish your laboratory results and enter your laboratory results, and it's available for the clinician, and the patient contact is there. Then you can communicate. You can administer healthcare. We are still in the Stone Age. I pray we get beyond this, because a lot of our people are dying when they are not supposed to be dying. Next slide. reference and specialized testing. Now, public health laboratories are supposed to be very, very sophisticated, complex, properly equipped laboratories. That is why you cannot have them like clinical laboratories. That is why I said reference, zonal, and state. So that the proper testing, and I also told you that it's a referral system that can flow from the lowest to the highest, and can also come from the highest to the lowest. Here we say support diagnostics, diagnosis of and surveillance for usual and emerging pathogens, confirm a typical laboratory test results, verify results of other laboratories, provide reference services to laboratories that may not have capacity. Next slide. Reference also continue, provide diagnostic testing for diseases of public health importance directly to providers when testing is not readily available. So it is a laboratory that you don't only keep for the rainy day. It's a laboratory that can intercede at any point and solve problems. All right, let's go on. Bullet number 4, environmental health and protection. This is where we are really lacking. And this is the area we should be exploiting. Here we say testing for toxic chemical, radiological and microbiological contaminants in air, in water, in soil, and hazardous waste. That is why this is contained in our curriculum. It is not just there for fancy. It is there for our utilization. We also say conducting biological monitoring of human specimens in the assessment of toxic chemical exposure, testing of environmental samples in support of federal and state regulations. Part of your work. Do you know who is doing part of your work? But the good thing is that the people doing that work for NAFDAC are who? lab scientists. But we could do better. Next slide. Industrial hygiene and occupational health testing to assist in efforts to protect indoor air quality and workers' health, such as routine analysis of asbestos, lead, pesticides, and random. If you can remember, I think 2 years ago, there was lead poisoning in Zamfara State. We made noise for about, I think, 1 or 2 months, and nobody is hearing anything. It's just like the drought, the flood ravaging us now. I tell you, after 2 or 3 months, nobody will hear it until the hydrological agency will give projection for 2023. May God help us prevent this kind of situation. Participation in the Chemical Laboratory Response Network and Environmental Response Laboratory Network. We don't have it in Nigeria, but we have it overseas. Let's look at food safety. We were taught how to detect poisons. If this is a wedding ceremony, and at the end of the wedding ceremony, you notice that people that participated in that ceremony, they've started manifesting certain clinical signs and symptoms, and all of them is the same. We were taught that we should ask for the residual food that they ate, the vomit that they produce, if there is vomiting, and stool and blood sample, and start searching for the pathogens. Right from when I started medical lab, I think I was taught in year 3, and it has remained so. But I also know that it has expanded. So there is work for us there. Characterizing isolates and participating in national strain characterization databases to inform epidemiological investigation. You hear NCTC 10662. This is Pseudomonas aeruginosa. I don't think we've prepared ourselves, but this is something that we need to do. Monitoring for radioactive contaminants, part of food safety. Yes, let's go. Using food specimen to detect, identify those are toxic contaminants. Participating emergency response network. We are not there. Now, laboratory improvement and regulation. Quality assurance. Quality assurance is associated with good, effective, reliable, accurate medical laboratory practice. Whether you are in a clinical setting or whether you are in the public health setting, it is what makes you sell. Go and try it. If the results of your laboratory investigations are not accurate, people will not come to you. But if your results are accurate, open your door wherever you are, people will look for you. It is imperative. So we should continue to improve the results of our laboratory findings, just as we should do a lot in regulation. What the MLSCN is trying to do is to improve on regulation. But in other countries, the public health laboratories are starved in regulation. Next slide. Now, promoting safe laboratory practice through education, training, and consultation, assessing and improving state public health laboratory systems by implementing the laboratory improvement program. I think there used to be a state public health laboratory here in New York. Is it still there? Is it effective? Is it running? Is it doing the things we are mentioning? Professor Nietzsche, not all, but at least we are at the ferry. A journey of 1,000 miles starts with a step. But let us jingle it to be more urgent. All right, next slide. Policy development. I have been lucky to participate in many committees, both in Nigeria and outside Nigeria, all just towards the development of medical laboratory science. What you get in the field, you use the experience of what you get in the field to build policies and designate these policies so that everybody will be doing the same thing at the same time. If we do that, then more people will respect us. All right, next slide. Still policy development. Don't want to run through them. Another slide. Public health preparedness and response. This is not there. This is not there. How can we prepare for public health emergencies? How do we respond to them? We have to put life, we have to put energy into our public health system. It is not for the National Center for Disease Control to be coming to Akwa Ibom or coming to Cross River. The reporting line should be for us when we notice things, because we are prepared and we even don't go to them. We go to the zonal labs because the capacity of the zonal public health lab are more enhanced than the one in the state. But we don't have this coordination. We don't have this integrated link. And that is what we should be working towards. Next slide. Okay, go on. Public health related research. This is almost dead. This is almost dead. Government believes is that individual scientists should search for funds and search public health. Who will give you the fund? If you, in country, cannot provide fund, who will give you? For many years, the Central Public Health Laboratory in Yaba was at the motor park. And that was supposed to be the coordinating office for everything in public health. But it wasn't so. The workers were just going to work and collecting their salary. So our government must, as a matter of policy, put money for public health related research, especially with the size of our country and our population, which is even projected that by 2050 will be the third largest country population-wise in the world. We must put our thinking cap. Next slide. Training and education. Again, in my days, I used to get training, like you will see in my subsequent slide. The young scientists of today, I doubt if they can even get in service training. Perhaps the training that you can get is the training that you get abroad, either a WHO fellowship or one organization or the other. But it wasn't as bad at my time. I was able to enjoy some level of fellowship, like you are going to see. So this must be deliberate. Even though if you go to the budget lines in Nigeria, there are money voted. But at the time money is his boss, nobody remembers training and education. We must all work together to reverse this. The last slide. Continue. Partnership and communication. Communication is very vital. If you do your investigations, see things that look atypical and you keep it to yourself, you are killing the system. If you see unusual numbers of a certain specimen coming in, then trouble is breeding somewhere. So you must be up and doing. If you don't, when it overcomes you, it now becomes a public health problem of monumental, situation that you cannot readily address. The more the problem, the more the resources. So if we sit up, because it is our responsibility. If we sit up and do our work properly, then we can, ease some of this problem. Partnership. We have to get involved with people that know more than us. In country and out country. You have to build partnership. Through partnership, we can overcome a lot. Most of what we are having is north-south, flowing from the north. So if, for instance, finance is dwindling now from the north, it means we can't go to anywhere. So we hope that we'll be able to manage our resources so that things can be better. Next slide. Next slide. Now, in seeing the public health laboratory system, what can we achieve? Our achievement will be monitoring trends and detect changes. This an outbreak. The next one will be provide guidance and immediate action. We will guide public policy. We will determine disease history. We will prioritize resource allocation. We will provide a baseline for epidemiological research. And we will identify environmental hazard and exposure. This we will achieve if we are able to do our best and we have the correct infrastructure in place. Next slide. Now, what are my own contributions? If I so much believe in the efficiency of a good, well-organized, integrated public health system and public health laboratory availability, I founded the annual public health lecture during my tenure as National President of AMS. I was National President of AMS between 2004 and 2008. You can imagine how many years ago. I saw it, like I said when I started. Population that is growing, forests that are being opened up, infrastructure decay, flood like you have now, increased antimicrobial resistance. These are all pointers. So for a scientist, you have to think beyond your nose. So I saw this coming and I worked hard. We started an annual public health lecture. And to God be the glory, subsequent administrations that took over after me, they are running the annual public health lecture. And I'm most pleased that the young medical lab scientists, because something that is good is never hidden. Seeing what is happening, we are being ravaged by one problem or the other, they think it fit. We should continue doing this. And in addition to that, what fascinated me and what made your president, when you approached me, I didn't think, I said, I'll come and give the lecture. Because I have seen what you are doing. Knowledge, knowledge, knowledge. I mentioned it 3 times. There is nothing comparable to it. If you want to deny a man the future, don't give the person knowledge. His thinking will be witchcraft. Oh, they hated me. When I was born, they told my parents I will not live. But give the person knowledge. You give him enlightenment. The air becomes so large that all the birds can fly. The animal probably I've just touched. Let's go to the next bullet. Now, I was appointed by the federal government as a member of the expert working group to reposition the Central Public Health Laboratory Yaba in Lagos, which I told you was open to park, is still there up to today. We were given 3 months to reposition the laboratory. Professor Tumori was our chairman, and I thank God he's still playing in the system. Let's take the next slide. Now, what were the terms of reference of our committee? We were to review the performance of the Central Public Health Laboratory Services, Yaba, Lagos, in the past. We were to identify the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. We also required to develop a draft policy on laboratory services in Nigeria and to recommend way forward and submit report within 3 months. But Nigeria being what it is, we did not finish this assignment until 2 years later. You know what was the limiting factor? No finance. It was not budgeted until we had to source for finance outside the country. Next slide. Now, from this committee, what was the outcome? Our committee jointly developed the principle which the National Center for Disease Control is. The second one was, for the first time, we prepared the National Medical Laboratory Services Policy for Nigeria. If this policy is being looked at, implemented the way we recommended, I will tell you, our laboratories will be as laboratories in the Western world. But it is not done, but I'm aware that the document that was not even implemented, that the document has been reviewed. Reviewed to where? The basics you have not provided, but that is our country. Next slide. Now, I am also aware the Medical Lab Science Council of Nigeria has consolidated by the establishment of the Public Health In Vitro Diagnostic Control Laboratory in Yaba, Lagos, also to strengthen. You know, a while ago, I made reference that apart from the regulatory function, that public health laboratories are also regulators. Next slide. Now, for me, I thank God because I'm a member of the steering committee of the council's in vitro diagnostic committee. It gives me more opportunity to contribute. Now, having walked this far and we are getting to the end, what is the way forward? Here I said continue advocacy by the Association of Medical Laboratory Scientists of Nigeria on the overwhelming importance of public health laboratories in Nigeria. That is my message. About encouraging. If we can open up public health laboratories for the good of Nigerians, we can also provide employment opportunities for our young scientists. The second one is establishment of zonal public health laboratories in Nigeria by the federal government. This is already there. It's in the book. The problem is implementation. So we hope if the association can also prevail on them, we can go beyond the National Center for Disease Control. Establishment of state public health laboratories where none exist. Over 90% of the states in this country do not have a state public health laboratory, which is just too bad, just too bad. Now, the next one is fostering excellent coordination of administrative and technical activities within the National Public Health Laboratory System. Next slide. Provision of adequate funding for the public health laboratory at the state, zonal, and center, which are called reference laboratory. Now, before I take my seat, I am very grateful to a lot of agencies, organizations that have either trained me, provided me opportunity in one way or the other. And the first is Sokoto University Teaching Hospital, which was my first employer, which sent me to University of Calabar Teaching Hospital to do a fellowship training in service. Next. I'm also happy with University of Calabar for the knowledge they have helped me, and they also trained me in service for my PhD program. Next. The University of Calabar for my education, for my employment, and other opportunities. The World Health Organization, TDR, and World Bank for giving me a fellowship at the University of Wales, Bangor for 9 months. Can you go back to the last? And especially to Professor Mike Dunhoff of the University of Wales, Bangor for giving me the opportunity to study immunology of schistosomes. Yes. I wish to rest my case for the development, coordination, and sustenance of public health laboratory system in Nigeria and the opportunities available for medical laboratory scientists. It is particularly worth the while since the audience are those taking the baton from us. The audience here, I mean the young lab scientists. Can you continue? That is the end. Thank you very much.
Let's celebrate our keynote speaker. Please, you can do better. You can do better. Indeed, he has done justice to the theme of this annual public lecture. Thank you very much, Prof. You know, normally in events like this, we don't ask questions, of course, but we can make comments. So if there are comments, or if Prof says questions should be asked, we would, of course, obey. So, Prof, it's against the norm. So, Prof just said so. So, if you have comments, we could take a comment or two while we proceed. Any comments? So, it's assumed that Prof did justice to this wonderful topic. Please, let's celebrate him once again. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much indeed. All right. MLS Joe Great, please just come for that information quickly so we proceed. So, all right.
Thank you, my capacity MC. Prof, thank you for that enriching lecture. I must confess, how I wish I studied in University of Calabar. Or maybe my PhD might be in University of Calabar. If you agree that you come for PhD in University of Calabar, say I. If you don't want me to go to University of Calabar, say me. Would I not like me? I must go to University of Calabar. Please, another applause for Prof again. Okay. So please, you know, we are young people and we actually want this lecture, this program to continue to be very vibrant. And one of the key areas that will get government attention and policymakers' attention is the use of social media. As our leaders are doing behind the scenes, they are meeting various stakeholders, we the young people, where we can come that will make enough strategic the key in trying to bring government attention that we have people that can do molecular testing and we achieve results. So please, just a quick one. We have this program trending on Twitter currently, and we want all of us here to just, if you're not on Twitter, please let me see your hands up. If you're not on Twitter, let me see your hands up. Okay, if you're on Twitter, let me see your hands. Okay, good, very good. Good number on Twitter. Please just on your data. I know your data is off because you are listening to lecture. You can on your data. Please log into Twitter. How many of you are following YMLSF on Twitter? How many of you are following YMLSF National on Twitter? None. Are we hungry? Because the way people are acting as if you want me to just drop the mic and go. You must answer my question. You see? Okay, so please go to the Twitter handle, search for YMLSF National. Just do it swiftly. Okay, follow YMLSF National now, please. Just follow it. Then make a post. Make a post. Our hashtag is YMLSF _ APHL 2022. Did you get me? Just make a post. Maybe comment on the keynote speech, or if you have a picture you took, this, you know, just comment how enlightening and comment some of the key points Prof raised and the necessity why, that is the reason why you are here and what you have learned and what you want government to do to make sure that the laboratories are well equipped and so on. So please do it now, please. I'm begging you. So if you have done it, that means you are fully involved in this program. Thank you very much.
Visibility is key this time. Please, let's celebrate him once again. Let's celebrate him once again. Thank you very much. We are young people and the media, the age is becoming technology, and the world is getting closer and smaller by the day. All right. Let me please also recognize the presence of Dr. Anthony Usoro, HOD, MLS Department, UNUYO. Please, let's celebrate him. Welcome, sir. And also, let's also celebrate the presence of Professor Eyong, Yu Eyong, Dean, Postgraduate School, UNICA. We also celebrate you, sir. Did I get it, sir? I didn't get it? Don't worry. You buy me bobo juice. Let me learn these things. Thank you very much, sir. My apologies. All right. Now we'll go to our second lectures almost immediately. And of course, we'll be having a lecture on strengthening public health infrastructure and laboratory systems, a proactive measure in combating emergent and re-emerging diseases. To take this, we'll be welcoming no other but Professor Anietie Moses. Your hands together as he makes his way. I hope his slide is ready. Let's celebrate him as he makes his way. Let's celebrate him as he makes his way. He's here, capacity. Let's celebrate him. Welcome, Prof.
Hello. Before I I present my lecture, I would like someone should come out and get everyone to do some form of little exercise. You can't sit for this long and then take another long lecture or another short lecture, if I may say. Is there anyone that can help us? Yes, come. Let us do a little exercise so that blood can flow and drive the glucose around our system for us to be active.
Exclusive Moletti and Music Box.
Right. I believe we are now more energized to listen to this talk. I'm here to appreciate the Young Medical Lab Scientist Forum for asking me to speak to the topic strengthening public health infrastructures and laboratory systems, a proactive measure in combating emerging and re-emerging diseases outbreaks. Next slide. Let's take our mind back to what our health indices, Nigerian health indices are, as well as economic indices. Nigeria is highly populated, much higher than 200 million persons, with annual population growth rate of 2.6%. We've been having outbreaks such as Lassa fever, Ebola, monkeypox, yellow fever, meningitis, COVID-19, and what have you. The low expenditure on health, we experience low expenditure on health, which is calculated as a percentage of Nigeria's GDP. We have a lot of competing priorities for government. Despite this, our government is not prioritizing issues of health in line with what World Health Organization has stipulated. Now, taking our minds back to epidemics that have occurred in Nigeria since the year 2014, we had Ebola. And we had polio re-emerging. Remember, Nigeria was one of those countries that were pronounced to be polio-free. But suddenly in 2016, we had polio outbreak again in Nigeria. Meningitis outbreak, of course, is seasonal. We had another share of it in 2017. As year goes by, monkeypox that we thought was far away in the central part of Africa, Nigeria had its own share in 2017. This is a disease that came up as a re-emerging disease after 40 years of emergence in Nigeria. In the year 2018, we had Lassa fever featured as an epidemic in Nigeria. And lately, or recently, COVID-19 that came up not just as an epidemic, but a pandemic. When it first happened in China, we thought it was far away and wouldn't reach here until we started noticing sickness and death. And some people became incapacitated because of COVID-19. Now, having taken stock of where we are coming from, let's see, as an overview, the threats that are being posed by emerging and re-emerging diseases and outbreaks in Nigeria that has intensified the need for us to knock on the doors of who and who that need to come to our help to increase awareness and intensify preparedness so that we won't be caught napping once any outbreak shows up in the shores of Nigeria. And just like Professor Ose had elaborated, public health laboratories stand key as one of the entities that need to be strengthened, that need to be much capacitated, so that the rapid response of any outbreak of any kind can be curtailed, if not eliminated. Next. Like I earlier said, who are we talking to? Or who are we to talk to? Whose doors are we going to knock to help us strengthen public health laboratory, to help us strengthen public health systems in Nigeria? Is it only our guy at the top, Buhari and his team? No. People in the private sectors are also responsible for this strengthening. The non-governmental organizations, international bodies, you and I, and the communities are also responsible for what we're going to talk about. We've seen this slide when Professor Ose presented. For it to feature here means it's a very important information for us to know what public health is all about and how public health can be approached. Next. We've also seen this slide to tell us that it's not a one-man show. If we have to succeed in this public health preparedness and strengthening, all hands must be on deck. Whether you are an epidemiologist, whether you are in public health itself, whether you are in informatics, whether you are an expert in laboratory, all hands must be on deck if eventually we can prepare ourselves and strengthen the entities and systems involved, whether it's in the public health arena or specifically in public health laboratory systems. We've also been told about the role of public health laboratory in disease outbreak, so I won't waste much of your time. Next. But let me reiterate the fact that public health laboratories have goals: testing of samples, providing expertise in collecting analysis and interpretation of data, and then communicating the data and the information gotten to the next. Because it's like a relay game. You do your bit, you pass the baton to the other person. There's supposed not to be any stoppage or any intervention. I mean, of anything that will stop the flow of baton. If actually we have to win this war, as far as we remain on this earth, we must always be visited by epidemics. We might be visited by pandemics. But the important thing is, how prepared are these entities? So that whether it's a pandemic, we can curtail, we can exterminate it, or whether it grows out of proportion to be worldwide, we can equally do something instead of just watching. Next. Again, we've been told, and again, I'm telling us that the clinical laboratory setting takes care of individual health, whereas public health setting takes care of population health. Next. as a medical laboratory scientist, you may find yourself working in the public health laboratory, and your exposure there will be different from if you had been or you were coming from the clinical laboratory. And so we should know that as a public health laboratory scientist, we are to focus on the laboratory testings and other public health aspects of investigation, analytical, and information dissemination based on the result that we've gotten from patient samples. And as a professional public health practitioner, we are not to limit ourselves to only testing. We also need to continuously better ourselves, improve ourselves, go to school. Online education facilities avail. Don't say, my boss did not allow me to attend a formal school. There's nothing like that again. We know that not all bosses will allow you, will give you study leave to go and do a formal education. But avail yourself with the opportunities that are there online and acquire as many knowledge as possible. No one takes that knowledge from you, it's yours. When time comes, you may need to impart all this or utilize it for your own benefit and progress. Next. Next. Now, since we say laboratory system is part of the public health approach in combating epidemics, what are these laboratory systems? They can be central. They are systems that are central to public health delivery services. Very central, very key. Public health laboratories are responsible for providing timely, underline that word, timely and reliable results for a primary purpose of disease control and prevention. Let me pause here and try to make us understand the difference between control and prevention. Sometimes we just say control and prevention, prevention and control. Some of us may not appreciate the differences or the difference. Now, imagine this room being flooded, and we have sensitive materials in the next room that are on the floor. We need to make sure the flood does not get into that room to spoil or destroy those sensitive materials. So we need to make sure we control, we find out where is the flood, the water coming from that has flooded this room. If we identify where the water is coming from, we quickly turn off the tap. So that by so doing, we have controlled the water from escaping from this room into another room and into other rooms. That's control. What's prevention? Prevention are those things that we do so that this room will never even be flooded in the first place. Hello? Does it make sense? Next. Despite the growing threats from emerging and re-emerging pathogens, there are very few labs that have the capability and the capacity to diagnose these diseases. Are we talking about Lassa fever? Are we talking about SARS? Or are we talking about Ebola? How about COVID-19? We all know that. I remembered when I was a young medical lab scientist working in Maiduguri, University of Maiduguri Teaching Hospital. And it was with the help of many international organizations that we were able to diagnose and identify cases that are HIV cases in the state. I remember one of the times when it was publicized, the Sheikh of Borno invited us, my ogas, and warned them seriously not to spread the information that there is HIV in Borno State. I'm talking about 1989, 90. And we tried to explain to him that what he's trying to do will not help matters. He said, no, Borno State is Christian home of peace. And once we said this HIV, that time HIV was very new. The information about HIV was very new. Once we say HIV is in Borno State, people will run away. And our peace will elude us. This is not that we so love, will run away. The Shehu now do not know that something bigger than HIV that will make people to run away is even coming, and that is Boko Haram. So I'm saying this to say that when HIV came on board, there was a reawakening. Our laboratories became equipped. Some of us became trained and attended many conferences, symposia, seminars, and workshops. And above all, I can remember when someone said, thank God for HIV. And someone turned around and said, thank God for HIV. Do you mean it? Say yes. Without HIV, our laboratory floor wouldn't have been tiled. Without HIV, we wouldn't have seen how a PCR machine looks like. Without HIV, we wouldn't have used some of the equipment, advanced equipment that we're using now. So today, can we still say, thank God for pandemic COVID-19 that has made possible that from I think we had only 2 persons that had the capacity to do molecular testing. Professor Tarpen here, can we give him a round of applause? Has been going around this country, training and equipping and installing so many laboratories, molecular diagnostic laboratories. I remember when the President Minister of State visited here, we saw him at the airport, and we introduced him to Professor Tarfen, whom the state government during that pandemic had invited to come out. In fact, a police escort vehicle was sent to go and bring him because there was total shutdown to come and set up the medical laboratory, the molecular testing laboratory we have at Itumbang and at Ibom Specialty Hospital. And we told him that this is the man that have been doing this. He said, no. I mean, are you sure? Because he thought that the few people that he used to meet at Abuja were the one responsible for setting up the labs here. And so he was really happy that capacity is increasing. Today, we have people like Dr. Julie Johnson. Is he here? Saw her somewhere. Can you stand up for recognition? She's holding forth and doing a lot in this state in the area of capacity building, training others, and keeping the flag flying. But the other Prof. Taffin said, I can go back to Bielsa and sleep well because Julie is doing very well. Thank you, Julie. So we are trying our best to let people that be, powers that be, support us in every way possible. We are just ready with all the necessary things so that these challenges can be overcome by you and I. We have all it takes. What does it take to be a professional? A professional must have education, and you have. A professional must have the skill, and you have. A professional must have licensure. Are we not licensed? Are we not licensed to practice? I know some of you have not even renewed your license this year. So that's key. So we have all that. But even as we speak, the problem of scarcity of manpower, sensor infrastructure is not only in Nigeria. Elsewhere outside Nigeria, the same problem exists, especially in the developing countries. So these challenges are compounded by inadequate representation of lab personnel in public health policies. Professor Ose has said a lot about that. These have also been compounded by inadequate releases, inadequate funding, and lack of implementation of quality management system, be it at the national, zonal, or state, or even our primary healthcare centers. Next. The bone or the bane of this presentation was on how these public health lab systems can be strengthened. There are 10 areas that I've got to quickly rush over. Next. Governance and organization. It's important we know that a strong laboratory governance and organizational structure strengthen the coordination and supervision of laboratory services. And to address issues of governance and organizational concern, we need government to establish the National Laboratory Directorate at the Prime Minister of Health. We've been begging, we've been yearning. All they need was to create a unit and got one of us there and see subsume us under medical service. I think it's time young medical lab scientists lead the advocacy or support the advocacy like team that Professor Osei talked about, and keep letting Federal Minister of Health know that we need to establish Director of Laboratory Services at the Federal Minister of Health in order to champion the cause of what we're all talking about. I just read some minutes ago that in Akwa Ibom State, a Directorate of Allied Health Services has been established, and we know that majority of those in that sector are medical lab scientists, and very soon, I believe strongly, one of us medical lab scientists will be asked to head that directorate. Can we give a round of applause to Akwa Ibom State government for doing this for us? Yes, we need to start from somewhere. It will transition from Director of Allied Health Services, by God's grace, to Director of Medical Lab Services. Next. Human resource for laboratory system need to be strengthened. Are we talking of number or are we talking of capacity? We need to get people carry out some proficiency-based certification, licensures, and registration systems. We need to continue to encourage us to attend CPD. For this lecture, for this the period you're going to have, I believe, I'm told some CPDs have been allotted to this program, right? So, and as many of you have registered will benefit from this, and you can present it not only to for your licensure, but you can also learn. Because being here, what you are learning here gets into you, and we expect when you go out there in the field, you put it into practice, or you tell somebody, and the person you've told will also tell another person about what you've learned from here. Next. Next. Infrastructure and equipment management system also requires strengthening. This is one of the components of public health laboratory system that if the needful is not done, will spell doom if any epidemic shows up or pandemic shows up. We need a safe to operate. Sometimes I feel so disappointed when I get into some private laboratory outfits and you can't even have space to turn around. And someone is calling that place medical laboratory. If you want to have a medical laboratory outfit, please make it to look nice, make it to look attractive, and consider space. Because there could be someone can open an acid here and it spills, and you don't have space to run or to shift aside because you just found yourself into one small hole because you want to make money. So we need to be conscious of that. Space is important. But for a public health laboratory, of course, there are some facilities that must be there. Adequate lighting system, bench space, clean water, and if biosafety cabinets, whether it's 2, 3, or 4, it needs to be put in place and maintained. Professor Tarfen, while going around and installing establishing molecular laboratories, told us how many medical laboratories were infected with COVID-19, infected with SARS-CoV-2 virus, because the biosafety cabinet that were supplied to them were not well maintained. And so instead of the contaminants being exhumed, it was circulating, and even the air current was even pushing it to the personnel, to the laboratory scientists, and they keep inhaling these droplets that came from patients. If these laboratories were closed down until this person is covered. So we need to be conscious of the equipment that we work and make sure if you tell your bosses that this equipment needs to be maintained and the person say manage, tell the person to come and join you to manage. Or you shut down because your health, I don't know how much of it will be able to take care of your health if you you get sick or you die, whether you can take care of your family members. Global Fund investment is available. Global Fund is there for government and non-governmental organizations to tap from. And many governments have tapped from this investment in building and intervening to scale up laboratories and laboratory systems according to TIA. TIA means there's primary healthcare laboratories, there are secondary healthcare laboratories, there are tertiary healthcare laboratories, there are diagnostic laboratories, and there are public health laboratories. So depending on which of the tier, or whether it's at national, whether it's at zonal or state tier levels, these funds are available, and countries that harnesses this fund must utilize it as is required. If not, they may not be getting more grants from Global Fund. Next. So we're still talking about how we can strengthen infrastructure and equipment management system in public health laboratories in preparedness for any emergency, for any epidemic. We don't know when the next pandemic will come. Definitely, we don't even know when the next epidemic will come. But it's you and I that is positioned and poised to tell Nigeria or to tell your state that there might be something might be in the offing. I used to challenge my colleagues at the medical microbiology department at Church. I said, now they used to have a review meeting every week. I said, in course of doing this review meeting, and I want some of us that don't have this kind of meetings to inculcate them. In the course of the review meeting, ask yourself, how many E. coli of this so class have been detected in the last week? How many of that class have been detected in another week? Or how many strain of MRSA are we seeing from a particular community or a particular sample, a particular population, a particular group of persons with this certain disease condition? This is how you detect epidemic that is brewing. Don't overlook some of this information, some of this data you get. Pull it together and publish it. Pull it together and inform your organization. Attend ground round meetings. This is where you can have a opportunity to correct, to impute information, or to take information and share, and you earn your respect. I attended one of the ground round meetings consultants, clinical consultants were having, and someone stood up and gave a wrong information about the laboratory. Of course, that was what he knew. I stood up and cleared the air, and they were very happy that I was there. And I'm happy that the director of many directors and deputy directors in the institutions here in New York have been attending those meetings, and they have been correcting many impressions and is bringing closeness. Look at the CMD that came today and donated money to this forum. Do you think that if not for the good romance and interaction and confidence that we have or he has in us, that he would have come? And we keep saying, just like we discussed with the Prophet Tatpek, that when you have any meeting, any forum, inform the doctors to come, inform the family to come, invite the doctors to come. And when they come, they will learn from you and you learn from them. This fertilization of knowledge will help us to grow. Now, going back to how we can equip our laboratories and maintain our equipment, when you interact with your bosses and they see the level of interaction and level of your commitment, when you go and tell them, Oga, this our table is too small, or this our equipment need preventive maintenance. Let us not only wait when the equipment has packed up before we rush to look for the engineer. Let's do what is called preventive maintenance. He will take you seriously. Not one day you only show up to your boss office only when there's problem. You don't go to cross-fertilize ideas. Next. Supply chain management system is also one of the key factors that we need to strengthen if we want to strengthen overall public health laboratories. And we all know how important supply chain management is. It requires consistent availability of hundreds of types of consumable supplies and reagents, and you need to put together an inventory management system that you will not allow reagents that are very close to expiry date to be behind if they were on counter. They need to be in front. You won't wait until you've exhausted all your stock before you start going to your boss to say, please, we need to buy this, we need to buy that. Meanwhile, patient samples are there waiting. So we need to also get prepared if we work in a public health laboratory by putting together a system of consumption and forecasting that will help us develop a good supply inventory management system to avoid stock out and excessive waste. I remember when I just came in from Maiduguri to assume work here, the CMD then was so excited because we're hearing about the little I was able to do when I was in Maiduguri in the area of immunology. He called me and gave me a lot of money to go and acquire immunology kits and machines. And I said, Oga, it's not just acquiring these reagents and kits and machines. Your people must send patient samples. And meanwhile, immunology is not an area that have been heard of here, or even the doctors having interest in them or knowing which samples to send and which result to expect in order to help them take appropriate decision in patient management. So I now had to, within me, sat down and thought about innovative ways of reaching out to the consultant. So every time I hear internal medicine is going to have a meeting, I go there. They wouldn't drive me out. Of course, they didn't drive me out. When I hear ONG is doing their, and I went there, and at the end of the day, I will tell them, this is what is available, and this will help you in taking some decision and arrive at some decision in and help you in your patient management. So I'm saying this, so let me bring the story home. Having done all this, a lot of those reagents that I bought were costly reagents I bought with a lot of money, stayed and expired because very few, my stories went to very few heads. Very few doctors appreciated what I was doing, and so the samples kept triggering in. At the end of the day, I didn't have enough sample to run the ELISAs, and those kids stay wasted. So we don't want this to happen. We need to put in place a good system forecasting, and this will help us to improve. Next. And effect also is important that we put in place because it will help us maintain our supplies in central stores. And from the central store, you can also distribute to other sites. Efficient distribution system to regions. You might be in charge of a public health laboratory in a particular region, and you need to distribute available equipment, available reagents to other localities. So by putting in place a very good, robust supply chain management system, you will be able to send equipment that are cold chain and non-cold chain equipment with ease. Not when a certain lab, there is an outbreak or there's an epidemic, a certain lab needs a reagent, and that reagent requires to be stored and transported on that cold chain. And you begin and you say, oh, there have been no light. Where am I going to see ice block? You send someone to go to the whole town, look for ice block. So that, I mean, this is not preparedness. So even though we said the government has their role to play in strengthening public health laboratories, we are not only talking about public health laboratories, even our own diagnostic laboratories should also benefit from the knowledge we are getting here. And we said, even though we expect government to do their bit individually, we also have a role to play, and we should play it well. Next. Let's talk about in vitro diagnostic device regulation. I will soon end. We all know that the majority of the tests that we do are in vitro diagnostic, utilize in vitro diagnostic devices. We thank God that MLSCN has put in place policies for pre-market validation and post-market evaluation of this kit, so that any contractor that wants to import like COVID-19 test kit, hepatitis B or C test kit, must go and register with MDCN, send samples of the product. MLSCN will evaluate it, validate it, and then tell government that this kit from this source is good enough to be sold and utilized in Nigerian market and in Nigerian laboratories. It's important to the capacity of MLSCN to continue in doing this. Action required include having a national IVD and medical regulation policy. NAFDAC is struggling with MDCN to take over and noble and laudable effort that have been started. Even when it's clear in our act that this lies in the purview of MLSCN. Next. How about biorisk management and integrated specimen transpondent work? We all know how serious issues of biosafety and biosecurity is. A lot of information is doing the rounds concerning biorisk activities, including biosafety and biosecurity. And so the goal of biosafety is to have safe handling of biological materials and keeping valuable biological materials safe and secured during use, during storage, and during transportation. Because you are exposing the whole public to the risk of acquiring infection if you do not contain this biologically active infectious agent that you are trying to transport from your lab to another. And that could be very dangerous. So we need to be equipped with information on how we can play safe on this. A national legislation should be put in place in all countries for the management of biosecurity and biosafety risks. This regulation should address the use and control of dangerous pathogens domestically, as well as measures to control the export of these pathogens. Next. I don't want to bore you much on this. This slide was just to give you more knowledge on what biosafety is, and that whether it concerns humans or the environment, exposure to these pathogenic and hazardous materials can be very detrimental to the health of the population. And so we need to have guidelines developed, if it's not there, that will establish safe work practices for those that are working using this pathogen, as well as containment levels in all laboratories, so that this pathogen may not escape and you cause havoc in the whole environment. Next. There is an association called Nigerian Biological Safety Association, NIPSA. I don't know how many of us are members of this. How many of us? It's championed by medical lab scientists. Okay, I can see one hand there. Only one person. Nigerian Biological Safety Association. There's a conference coming up. There's a conference coming up this month, right? This month. So it's championed by, and it's a laudable effort. Laudable effort. So if you are not a member, try to subscribe to the association, for it's very beneficial, not only to you, but to your where you work next. We've talked much about how we transport samples, but we are saying since epidemic require emergency approach, and you may need to serve as a collection center, and then sending the samples to another center that's equipped, well equipped to handle such specimen. So we don't need to wait. We need to put things in place so that when time comes, we can quickly activate that specimen transportation network. And we don't have to wait to get people trained when people are dying because of epidemic. We don't have to wait to look for cold boxes. We don't have to wait to look for containment containers. We don't have to wait to look for other things that we require to put in place. That preparedness that we need to know, we need to put in place next. I think this should be the last, information management and communication system. This is the era of computer. There's a forum, I'm a member, and we asked some people we had an election, virtual election, and people were asked to vote using the Google form. And I could hear someone, say, me, I don't know this internet thing, and I can equate that person to be in a position of either a chief or a deputy director. Me, I don't know this internet thing. We shouldn't say anything of such. We need information. ICT age has come to stay, and don't be left behind. But talking about preparedness, the laboratory is a core business to produce information for clinicians and public health disease surveillance. So if you are in a lab that needs to transmit this information electronically, we need to equip such a lab and also build the capacity of those persons that need to do this job and do it well. In that case, we need to establish, maintain, and strengthen laboratory information management system at all levels, whether it's in the public, private, or community level of care. Because talking about epidemic is not only limited to one setting. It can cut across any setting. Wherever you run to, it can follow you. And so it's important that we know that this also a component of the laboratory, public health laboratory that needs to be strengthened. Next. Oh, this is very important too, laboratory network. COVID-19 has opened the eyes of everyone. NCDC has established national reference laboratory, zonal reference laboratory for COVID, and in the state too. Lassa fever control policy has also put in place this kind of system. So effective laboratory networking is important in a place like we have, like Nigeria, where resources are limited. Because you can't do everything by yourself. Your lab may not be able to handle every procedure, so you can share, okay? Either you share equipment, you share manpower, or you even share sample. There was a time at MLSCN, they were trying to validate kits, and they needed certain evaluate COVID-19 kit. There were certain samples that they needed in order to use in doing the validation. They had to call network with all laboratories and get that done. So networking between public health, veterinary, food safety, environmental laboratory sectors will play a very important role in timely detection of outbreaks and emerging pathogens. Networking improves cross-sectional communication and coordination with the aim of achieving one health approach. One health approach means animal scientists, that's veterinarians and animal scientists, the environmental scientists, and the medical people in the medical sciences coming together to fight and win any epidemic that may want to show up. No more standing alone. But that's what we keep preaching to other health professionals. Come and join with the medical lab scientists so that we can put our heads together. What you know, I don't know. What I know, you may not know. And we know that most of the epidemics that are viral come from animal etiologies. They come from animals. They are zoonotic. So the veterinarians will come, medical lab scientists, medical doctors will come, we sit together, the environmental scientists will come, so that wherever this epidemic comes from, wherever this epidemiology of the epidemic is, we can tackle using the One Health approach. That's where the world is going. Last week we were in Ghana, and that's what that keynote speaker talked about. One Health approach. Next. See the same thing that in networking, it will identify potential partnership and stakeholders will be able to address. If there's any gap, we can address it. Next. With Prof has talked about this. Next. This is very important. I don't want to overflow this because Prof Use has mentioned this. But know that any system that do not have quality assurance in place, especially in the laboratory, because that system is doomed to fail. And in a epidemic situation, you don't speculate. You need to be as precise as possible and as accurate as possible. When the Akwa Ibom State AMSN invited me to talk on accuracy and precision, some of you that were there can remember what I said about accuracy and precision. So we need to be as accurate and if you don't have QMS in place, you may not be able to get it. Next. There are many frameworks, whether it's WHO or from other agencies that will help us put in place policies or adapt something that's really on ground. You take it, adapt it to your own country specific or your own site specific policy. Next. Some of them is we already know SLIPTA, the stepwise laboratory quality improvement process towards accreditation, WHO laboratory, a quality stepwise implementation tool, and the rest. Next. In conclusion, my fellow medical lab scientists and guests that have come to grace this occasion, entering laboratory system activities, and it requires advocating for and fostering leadership, support, and investment in laboratory system. A robust coordinating partners and approach so that we can be able to harness resources, get technical assistance, build capacity of laboratory human resource, and be able to forge ahead. I have some key resources that you may want to consult. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Anetie Moses. Your hands together once again for him. Very well said, very well delivered. And now we'll be open to take just 2 questions because of time. Please, if you have questions, just signify and we'll hand over the mic to you for your questions. Just 2 questions. Popular saying is that if a lecture is taught and they don't ask question, it means say they understand. So have 2 questions, please. No question? Then if we don't have any questions, your hands again once again for Professor Anetie Moses. Thank you very much, sir. You have done immensely well. Thank you, sir. All right, we won't waste your time. As I said, our time is already fast spent. We'll go again for our third lecture. You know, thrombosis can happen anytime. So please, let's all stand up. Please stand up. Everybody, please stand up. Our scientists will know about thrombosis and things. Before person can through is it a thrombi? Wahala, embolism. So stretch. It's very good for you. We are scientists. We should practice what we preach. Thrombosis can happen. Oh no, now they shout make. Please sit down. Your hands together once again for yourselves. All right. We shall be proceeding with the next lecture from our erudite professor, and this will be on the topic understanding basic of molecular diagnosis, the hallmark of the 21st century medical laboratory scientist, and no other person but our erudite professor, capacity professor Tadfen Murabai. Your hands together as we make welcome Professor Tadfen. Your hands again together. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I want to begin by profusely thanking the YMLS for finding me fit, for this lecture. As you are all aware, there is flood around the country, and in Bayelsa we are severely affected. So when I got the invitation, that was a couple of months ago, I did promise your president that I would be present, but unfortunately, a couple of weeks after, we were hit by this flood. So I was actually wondering whether it would be possible for me to make it to Akwa Ibom, because Bayelsa was actually cut off from the rest of the country. So we thank God that as of 2 days ago, the road was passable and I managed to scale through. And I thank God for his safe journey to Uyo. Let me also lend my voice on what Professor Moses did advise. I think when we have programs like this, it's better we involve other professionals, amongst our key, our resource persons, because that's only the platform where we can cross-fertilize ideas and also get them to know who we are, because a lot of them do not appreciate what this profession is simply because we've not been associating with them. So I want to encourage us that subsequently, when we have such programs, we should not just, invite male lab scientists as resource person. And we all agree as geneticists, inbreeding is not advisable. It's not always good to just do your things within yourself. People would fail to know who you are. So the topic before us, it's apt. It goes well with the time and the space where we are. Because today, when we talk about diagnosis, just as the CMD earlier mentioned, that diagnosis is key to a clinician. If the laboratory does not get it right, the clinician will also be misled. So today, there has been a lot of talk, around molecular diagnostics. But unfortunately, in our own environment, it's coming in very slowly. So by way of content, this will be the guideline that we are going to run through. And I promise you that within 30 minutes, I will round up with this lecture. I know it's not easy to sit down for 3 hours. There may be brain fatigue. So I'll be straight to the point and as clear as possible. So what's the concept behind molecular diagnostics? We know the importance of diagnosis of human diseases. And we know that over years, the human race, has been plagued with
myriad of diseases, and the problem of diagnosis, has been at the front burner. There have been technologies that over time we've been applying to determine the causes of these diseases. But the question is, were they really effective? That's why over time, as knowledge improves, newer techniques are introduced. Today, we are talking of molecular diagnostics, which combines laboratory medicine with the knowledge and technology of molecular genetics. And molecular diagnostics, you agree with me, has revolutionized, the field of medicine. And we could not talk about molecular diagnostics without mentioning molecular biology, because that is actually the crux of molecular diagnostic. What is molecular biology? Simply put, I define molecular biology as the study of molecules in the cell. That's what it is. And a lot of us have been applying or practicing molecular biology, using very archaic and orthodox method. So when we talk of molecular biology, biological molecules, what are these biological molecules? They're basically proteins, lipids, carbohydrate, and nucleic acid materials. From our basic biology, we define biology as what? The study of life, right? And understanding the interaction, the structure, and function of molecules in a biological system actually form the basis of molecular biology. So there are not so many actually, basically 4 biological molecules, as I mentioned earlier. Proteins, which we all know, and the study of proteins is referred to as what? The proteomics. And the proteome is the total protein content of a biological system. We also have lipids as biological molecule. And the lipidome is the total protein content. Lipid content of a biological system. We have the genome, which is the total DNA makeup of a biological system. And the study of the genome is called what? The genomics. We have other molecules like the RNAs. The study of RNA is referred to as the transcriptomics. And the transcriptome is the total RNA makeup of a biological system. We also have the metagenomics. That is a mixture of different genomes. So simply put, if you take a pure culture of bacteria and extract the DNA, what you will be dealing with will be the genome, because there's only one genome from that extract. But if you take, for instance, a gram of soil, or if you don't know, in a gram of soil, you may have more than 200 species of life, be it bacteria, be it fungi, be it viruses, or any other form of life. So when you extract DNA from a soil sample, you have a mixture of different genomes. And the mixture of these different genomes is what we call the metagenome. And the study of the metagenome is what we call the metagenomics. So we need to appreciate some of these differences as we are going on. So basically, the history of molecular biology, all started with Gregor Mendel, who was able to coin the law of heredity. We know what he was doing, crossing flowers of different color and observing the output, But little did he know that there was something at the background responsible for the changes, in the colors of the offspring called the genetic material. So Johann Mescher, was able to purify DNA in 1866. Obviously, in 1949, the sickle cell anemia gene was discovered. The mutation, and until 1953, Watson and Crick were able to decipher the structure of DNA. In 1917, the recombinant DNA technology that has to do with combining DNA, from two different or unrelated species. So that was discovered, and that's what is forming the crux of genetic manipulation today, especially when we are talking about genetically modifying organisms. So the DNA sequencing in 1977 was discovered by Sanger and Maxam Gilbert. So they were able to come up with a technology that enabled us to know the nucleotide arrangement on a particular DNA fragment. 1985, the in vitro amplification of DNA was discovered by Carol Mullis. The Human Genome Project was completed in 2001. And between 2005 and 2011, the sequencing technology and the genome sequencing hit the world. And that was actually the beginning of the transformation of science. So there are several molecular biology techniques. We talked about the basic biological molecules, which are protein, carbohydrate, lipid, and nucleic acid material. And any technique that enables you determine either the structure, the functions, or the interaction of these molecules, is what we refer to as a molecular biology technique. And there are several. Some of us have been making use of them. For instance, for those of us who are chemical pathologists here, when we run our glucose assay, it's a molecular biology technique. It's a technique that enables you to quantify a molecule in a system. If you apply ELISA wherever you are to maybe discover a particular protein, it's still a molecular biology technique. But today we'll be looking at highly advanced molecular biology techniques. Obviously, the simplest and the first that actually revolutionized the field of science was the PCR technology. And there are several forms of PCR. PCR is just an enzymatic reaction that enables us make many copies of a DNA fragment of interest. So before I go further, you all know that the DNA is the information storage unit of life. That means we are what we are because of our DNA. All our features, the information is stored on our DNA in form of gene. That means fragment. So there are technology like DNA chips. We have also the DNA sequencing. We'll be looking at them one after the other. So in the PCR technologies, there are several platforms. We have the conventional PCR. We have the real-time PCR. The real-time PCR, as the name implies, you read the result as the reaction is going on. That's why it is called real-time. We have conventional PCR, which also referred to as the endpoint PCR, because you set the reaction, it must end before you discover whether it's successful or not, unlike the real-time PCR. There are so many platforms. You hear about touchdown PCR, gradient PCR, mutation-specific PCR, but the principle remains the same. It's just the application that may vary. We are having one of the latest technologies that's coming up into the PCR platform, which we refer to as the digital PCR, which is somehow an improvement on the real-time PCR that enable you to do what we call a heavy multiplexing. There are many real-time PCR that can enable you to detect maybe just maximum of 6 genes in one reaction. But with the digital PCR, you can multiplex up to 50, 60, or even 100 targets, depending on the consumables you are dealing with. So the sequencing technology, actually, this was the transformation. The key to molecular diagnostic. Knowing the sequence arrangement, of nucleotides on a particular DNA sequence can help us predict diseases. That's why this equipment provides a high throughput, in data generation. What does that mean? With the sequencers now, we should be able to determine every mutation on every gene. Today that we are talking about personalized medicine, sequencing is the key. You know that we react to diseases or even to drugs differently. The only way to know why we react differently is to sequence our genome. So once our genome is sequenced, all these questions will be answered. We may have two brothers living in the same house. One keeps coming down with malaria. Why are others not coming down? Sequencing of our genome will answer that question. Why is one growing taller and other one is not growing taller when they are from the same parent? Sequence of our genome will answer all these questions. Sequence of our genome will tell us even the diseases we will have tomorrow. That's the importance of sequence, what we call predictive markers of diseases. It throws the sequencing technology, which we are going to talk about when we start looking at what we call SNPs, single nucleotide polymorphism. So there are other techniques, like the hybridization techniques. We've heard about southern, northern, and western blood. There's no eastern blood yet. I don't know why it's taking some time to be discovered. There are so many electrophoretic methods. You know, we've heard about agarose electrophoresis. We've heard about DGE. We've heard about SSCP. There are so many electrophoretic platforms that we can use to separate or to differentiate biological molecules. Western blot obviously is for proteins. These are the equipment we need for it. So now let's come home, and look at the applications of molecular diagnostic. Obviously, its applications, have been found in all the subspecialties of medical laboratory science: hematology, infectious diseases, that's microbiology, solid tumors, genetic diseases, identity testing. Today, if you want to know who is your father, and that aspect is growing, we keep saying, for those of us who are seriously involved in paternity testing, that we can only be sure of our mothers, isn't it? You can only be sure of your mother, right? At least they saw your mother pregnant, but the day they were conceiving you, it wasn't public. So let's look at the impact on human diseases. So molecular genetics, we have what we call the single gene disorder. For instance, the sickle cell anemia. The sickle cell anemia, I think it is valine that replaces glutamic acid, right? Or is it the other way around? Hematologist. What replaces what? Replacing valine at position 6. So this occurs just because there is a single change, a single nucleotide change on the codon that represents glutamic acid. You have the GHG, which is changed to GTT. That led, to GTG. That led to the change of that amino acid, and that's what the problem is today. So for a quicker diagnosis, instead of doing protein electrophoresis, we could also go through genetic means. There are some phylogenetic disorders. We have many chromosomal disorders that we can use the karyotyping. We've heard about the Down syndromes. We've heard about even some form of preeclampsia have been associated to chromosomal disorders. So molecular oncology, which is actually very relevant. The simplest example I will take here to make us to drive in the message is we've heard about the BRCA1 and the BRCA2, right? Which are genes that control, breast cancer. So there are mutations in those genes that will determine the severity of your cancer. If at all you come down with that breast cancer, or whether you even respond to therapy. So that's what the information about genome can take us to. So with the understanding of the BRCA gene, we may not henceforth, when the technology is made available, wait for a female to develop breast cancer before we detect it. So now it's possible to examine the BRCA1 and BRCA2 of female in this hall and know those who may have cancer in the future, and actually even tell you whether that form of cancer will threaten your life. That's how far the understanding of the genetic markers can take us to. That's why we talk about predictive markers of diseases. Most cancers have a genetic connotation. So if our genome is studied at this point, so we can actually predict all the cancers of the future. So you may not wait, because in the system we operate today, you need to break down or to come down with the disease before it is diagnosed. But with the understanding of our genome, a disease can be diagnosed before you come down with it. And you know, as Prof said earlier, prevention is cheaper than management. So there are studies going on in some civilized climes when young girls, the history, that the gene mapping is done when they are still very young. So based on that, they can detect all the genetic diseases they are prone to. If some markers are life-threatening on a particular organ, if it's an organ that you may not need maybe as you grow, they just take it off. So that's where that has taken us to. So in hematopathology, there are so many diseases that the understanding of the genetic markers can also assist. So we talk about the identity testing. You have the parentage testing resolution with short tandem repeat, which are still what we call the variable number tandem repeat on our genome. These are some short nucleotides repeating themselves, you know, at the certain chromosomes. And the number of repetitions vary from one individual to another. So, and that's what we use to actually differentiate us. So if two men are are disputing a child, so we will have to amplify those short tandem repeat and really find out whether the child inherited, you know, who of the two fathers, you know, who of the STR of the fathers that the child inherited. So in infectious diseases, fine. It has, we all agree that molecular diagnostic has actually assisted us. We've been talking about COVID-19. So if not of molecular diagnostic, we wouldn't have been able to detect or diagnose COVID-19. And there's so many other infections: HIV, hepatitis B, hepatitis C, AIM, human papilloma virus, and most infectious pathogens can now be detected on this platform. As far, we can also take it far to genotyping and even drug testing. So there are some, for instance, with HIV, there are some strains of HIV that are known to be resistant to antiretroviral. So studying the genome of those viruses may tell us how they will respond to drugs. So if we were in an environment where some of these tests are done, you know, it will enable us to detect the formula that will be specific to each patient. But unfortunately, there is one formula that's adopted for Nigeria, lamivudine, nevirapine, and stavudine. Any HIV patient is given those three drugs. But there are some of them who have already, who are carrying the resistant strain to one of the antiretroviral. And you find out that when you administer that formula to a patient, is not responding to this treatment, the viral load keeps going up and the CD4 keeps dropping. So if we could actually determine or genotype the strain of our viruses, we will know the right time to apply. Again, drug resistance. So very important in drug resistance, as I said earlier, and genotyping, and also relatedness. If I'm given all the HIV samples in this state, with molecular tools, we should be able to detect who give HIV to who. If you read about the Florida dentist that happened in the US, in Florida, they did what we call a phylogenetic analysis of the strains of HIV that were identified from patients in Florida. With DNA clocking, they were able to determine the age and the evolutionary relatedness between the strain. So they found out that about 65% of the strain were traced to the strain a dentist had. And all other strains they discovered in these patients mutated from his strain. So with molecular tool, this can be made possible. So the basis of molecular diagnostics, so we said, okay, from the cause, the etiology, it can help us, to the mechanism, the pathogenesis, structural alteration, to functional consequences. So in the diagnostics, it can assist us in distinguishing variant of human diseases. In the prognostics, it does the evolution, the management outcomes of diseases such as cancer, and make further clinical predictions. Okay, therapeutic, we've talked about it in selecting maybe the best formula for management of an ailment. So the molecular diagnostics and the 21st century medical laboratories. We state here that the molecular diagnostics is an expensive technology, quite all right, but it's not beyond the reach of medical laboratory scientists. It's worthy to note that the advent of COVID-19 has scaled up the almost moribund diagnostic services in Nigeria. We've said that over and over again. Today, we are counting almost 185 molecular biology labs in this country. I mean, let's say COVID testing centers. They're not actually molecular biology labs, but they're just COVID testing centers. But it is a plus. Because before the advent of COVID, we had just 3 molecular biology labs, or 3 labs that could do even simple DNA extraction in this country. Thanks to COVID, notice the private sector is blazing the trail. Yes, most of these diagnostic centers belongs to private individuals. That means the government has actually invested little in the development of those laboratories. But it is sad to mention here, to state that most bigger and good laboratories in this country do not belong to medlab scientists. It's quite sad. If you count the first 20 best laboratories in this country, none is owned by medical laboratory scientists. So if care is not taken, we will become strangers in this profession. And I said here that the time is ripe for medical laboratory scientists to claim the lost territories in order not to be reduced to strangers in our own profession. And amidst lean resources, several strategies are at our disposal. We keep saying there is no money, there is no money, there is no money. There are many strategies that can enable us to set up state-of-the-art laboratories. But just because we lack the acumen, we lack maybe the knowledge of what business development is, we always like moving solo. We don't understand what partnership is. We don't understand how we can source for funds to set up some of these laboratories. And in conclusion, I want to say here, the young military laboratory scientists remain the hope, and you play a pivotal role in the development of molecular diagnostics. The financial implication shouldn't be a barrier, and proper organization and determination to establish a viable molecular diagnostic center are important ingredients to success. So the young medical laboratory scientists should leverage on the so many available opportunities at our disposal to establish standard private diagnostic centers and claim the practice, which is gradually getting oversubscribed by non-professionals. On this note, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for listening.
Your hands again together for our erudite Professor Tashpen Mirabal. Capacity. As he said it, he did it the way he said it. Said he will go straight, precision, accuracy, and he did it. Thank you very much, Prof. At this point, please, we will entertain just a question because of time. He has done well. Molecular is the future, obviously, and we should be buying big time into it. There is a key in the whole statement that struck me, that the biggest become the first 3 in the country. First what? 20. Wow. In the country, they are owned by other people. So we become strangers in our own house. Wahala. All right, so questions. Just a question or a question, please. Any question? Just one. All right, sir. Please.
Thank you so much, Professor Tafen. I must confess, I learned a lot. But we also know that one of the essence of molecular diagnosis is prognosis, which you actually mentioned. And my question is this, because you did say something about genotyping / drug resistant testing. Professor Tafen, please, I would like to know more about this, because I actually know if an individual, perhaps you say a patient, is not exposed to any antibiotics or any drug, we are not talking about drug resistance, but we know in using the molecular diagnosis, molecular technique, you did mention, this say something about gene mapping, and I was a bit confused at that point. Please, I would like you to throw more light on that, sir.
All right, thank you very much. You remember I did mention that DNA is the information storage unit of life. So even the reason why an organism is resistant to an antibiotic, the information is on its own DNA. So if you understand its DNA, you will know actually all the possible drugs, because if you look at the mechanism of resistance, most of them are genetic. Whatever you say about it, the mechanism of resistance, most of them are genetic. That means there's an influence of the gene. So understanding the gene will explain why some of these organisms are resistant to whatever they are. But going back to maybe HIV, which I actually laid emphasis on, there are different subtypes of HIV in this environment. And some of them, based on their genetic makeup, are already ab initio resistant to some of the antiretroviral drugs we are giving to our patient. But unfortunately, in this environment, we don't do typing of the viruses. We have only one formula for this country. Anybody who is HIV positive, what do? We give him that formula, isn't it? So that is why you have some HIV patients taking some of these antiretroviral drugs and they don't get any improvement, because the strain they are carrying is already resistant to the drug you are giving them before you even start. So if we had the technology to subtype these viruses genetically, we should be able to actually establish the formula that is, compatible with every strain. When I talk about mapping, yes, with the genetic, when I say mapping, it's just a language, it's just a form of understanding the DNA makeup. When you map a DNA, what are you mapping? You are actually doing a profiling of that DNA, right? So once you profile a DNA, the reason for which you are profiling depends on you. Am I doing it for identification? There are specific genes you will go for. Am I doing it for maybe to find out whether a drug will work on a patient or not? There are molecular markers you go for. Am I doing it to find out whether the patient is prone to maybe a disease that he may have in the future? All these informations depend on you. So there are a lot of techniques available for DNA mapping or profiling, at our disposal. I think, did I touch it a bit? All right, thank you.
A professor indeed. Your hand together once again for our own Professor Tafen Mirabal. Thank you very much, sir. All right, now we'll go into honoring those that are due to be honored. We give honor to whom honor is due. We'll be giving some awards at this moment. And please, I would want you to jam your hands when it's time. Celebrate them. No, our young people here. So when you get there, to do can do the same thing. You sow what you reap, or you reap what you sow. Wahala. All right. Having said this, we will start with the first. But before that, let me specially recognize a partner in this business. He has been always there to support the YMLS and even what we do in the state and national events. One of our major sponsors and partners is Effective Medicals Limited. Please, your hands together for them. And that's the wonderful man there. His name, the director, Effective Medical Limited, MLS, Joseph Polycarp. Your hands together for him. Thank you very much, sir, for all you do. He's also the PRO of GMLD River State. Thank you very much, sir, and God bless you. For your information, the samples of what they do are out there. If you have needs for equipment, top-notch equipment, you can always get to them. Also, I'd like to recognize someone. She's no other person but the rep, Young Pharmaceuticals Group. Please, let's welcome pharmacist Blessing Sunday. I heard she says, oh yeah, that's she. We greet you specially. Thank you for coming and honoring us. All right, having said this, we'll go straight to the awards. The first award will be given to our own chairman here, our capacity chairman, that is ably represented here. Our chairman, Dr. Sunday U. Etukudo, and is ably represented by Dr. Julie Johnson Ekbo. Your hands together to present this award. Please, let's welcome our own father, Mr. Saro Osarobo Esewe. Your hands together as he comes for the presentation of this award. Let's celebrate them, please. DJ, I hope you're ready to play good music. Thank you.
On behalf of Young Medical Laboratory Scientists Forum of Nigeria, I present this distinguished award of Distinguished Leadership Award presented to Ibom, Dr. Sunday U. Etukudo, in recognition of your decades of outstanding leadership, selfless commitment, and unconditional contribution to the growth of medical laboratory science profession and the Nigeria health sector. Congratulations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, our elder and our father. Thank you, sir. All right, we'll move ahead to the next award. I will be honoring Professor Monday Use. Please, let's celebrate him.
More music on nightjams.com.
And to present this award.
A long time. Versatile.
Hold on. Hello. It's okay. So, and to present this award will be our own immediate past president of YMLSF. Please, let's welcome MLS Fakula and Choma Chiladi Jeff Isoma. Your hands together for him. For me to call you, don't worry. Then to receive the award, please, let's welcome Professor Moses Anietie. Your hands together as he makes his way. Your hands together as he makes his way.
Greatest scientists, upon the greatest scientists, we need to activate the environment. It is actually indeed a honor, because Professor Say was, when I was in my master's program, he was my external examiner. So, on the capacity as the former national president of Young Medical Laboratory Scientists Forum of Nigeria, I want to hereby present this award to Professor Monday Use for your excellent presentation, impartation, and significant contributions in increasing the knowledge base of our members in the fourth annual public health lecture at Uyo, Akwa, Ibom State.
Thank you very much. Your hands together once again for Professor. All right. Also, our erudite professor. Another award is going to be released now for him. He's no other person but Professor Tadfen Mirabal. Your hands together as he makes his way. And to present this award, our sitting capacity president. Please, let's welcome MLS Emmanuel Koda. Your hands together as he makes his way. Let's celebrate them. Celebrate greatness. Celebrate greatness.
All right, thank you, sir. I consider it a rare privilege to be able to do this. To present this award of appreciation to Professor Tatfeng Y. Miriabo as guest speaker for your excellent presentation, impartation, and significant contributions in increasing the knowledge base of our members in the 4th Annual Public Health Lecture at Uyo, Akwa, Ibom State. Thank you, sir.
DJ. Thank you very much. Also, we would like to present another award right now to our capacity prof again. Another prof. You know, we play with prof here very well. I love that. I love profs. I love profs. The future is bright. He's supposed to be the next speaker after this session. But because we are collapsing this session, we'll have to present the award before he does his presentation. Please, let's welcome Professor Paul Ian Eto. Your hands together as he makes his way. Your hands together as he makes his way. Capacity. And to present this award, please let's welcome the program's director, Isoma. Please, if you're here, let's have you here. Your hands together. Your hands together for this wonderful moment. Let's celebrate.
Okay. Okay, the other way. Okay, let me copy it.
Award of appreciation presented to excellent presentation, impartation, and significant contribution in increasing the knowledge base of our members in the 4th Public Health Lecture, Uyo, Akwa. Thank you very much for your response, sir.
Say you can never be the one. God say, make I tell you, say.
Please let's celebrate them. Your hands together.
In 1 month, in 1 week, you will sing a new song. In 2 days, lesser than you will hear. Congratulations, you're in the glory of God.
All right. Also in the categories, we'll still have to give one more. Please let's welcome for an award reception, Dr. Anthony Umor. Your hands together as he makes his way. Together as he makes his way. To present this award, let's welcome our welfare, capacity welfare. Let's have our national.
God is good. Them say
Wow.
that.
It's a privilege to be the one to present this award to my boss. Award of recognition presented to Dr. Anthony N. Moore for your outstanding contribution and selfless commitment to the growth of medical laboratory profession in Akwa Ibom State. Congratulations.
In many ways, I have seen His faithfulness ever and ever. Congratulations.
Your hands together once again.
Glory of God. Congratulations.
Let's also have In the series, another award to the Director, Institute of Biomedical Research and Innovation, University of Uyo. It's no other person but Professor Anietie Moses. Your hands together as he makes his way. And to present this award, let's have the immediate past YMLS President, MLS Jeff Chiladi Isoma. Your hands together as he makes his way. Let's celebrate them, please.
I want to present this award under the capacity as the Forum Secretary of Chairman and Secretaries Forum, Association of Medical Laboratory Scientists of Nigeria nationwide. Award of appreciation as guest speaker for your excellent and significant contributions in increasing the knowledge base of our members in the 4th annual public health lecture at Oyo, Akwa, Ibom State.
Your hands together. Congratulations, Professor.
Nothing less. Lead me to my destiny. I have waited patiently.
Thank you very much. Please, let's celebrate yourselves now. Please, together, celebrate yourselves. Celebrate yourself.
So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up.
Thank you.
Stand up.
And also in this sequence, let's also welcome to receive an award, Professor Agbalaho. Your hands together. Your hands together. And he is represented by the VP MLSCN, Mr. Osarobo Eseyi. Your hands together as he comes for this award. Let's celebrate him, please. To present this award, let's welcome Miss Prudence Okara. Your hands together as she makes her way. Let's celebrate them. Let's celebrate them. Your hands together. Miss Prudence Okara. Is she here?
It's just life, that's how it is. Cause we have our strengths and weaknesses.
Please, let's welcome. Alright, if she's not here.
Make way for me. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up.
Thank you very much. This is to present a Distinguished Leadership Award presented to Professor Dennis E. Abolaho, Dean of MLS Profession. In recognition of your decades of outstanding leadership, selfless commitments, and unconditional contributions to the growth of the MLS profession and the Nigerian health sector. Congratulations, sir.
All I do is win, 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 no matter what. Got money on my mind.
Thank you very much. Your hands together once again for these wonderful awardees. Thank you. Please, your hands together once again. If I didn't see food and stuff, I'll be like, I'm a hunger day, hunger day. Now, belly full day, belly full day, belly full day. All right. I think at this point, we'll go for our last lecture. Then after the last lecture, we'll have the panel discussion. And that will be very brief. So, to do justice to the topic, sustaining quality laboratory diagnosis and healthcare delivery in a dwindling economy. Please, let's welcome Professor Paul Iyan Eto. Your hands together as he comes. Let's celebrate him. Let's celebrate him. Let's celebrate him. Let's celebrate him. Capacity everywhere. Too much capacity. Let's celebrate him. Well, that is the spirit of the young people. I greet you coordinatively. So remember, after tonight's lectures, please do well to locate some good joints around town. They've suggested Afia Ferre. They've suggested Afang. They've also suggested chicken and plantain. Please do well. If you do the other side, do well to coordinate yourself properly. And also, if you're married, please do well, look very well. Sister might just be here. So, you see, Uyo is a beautiful place. I've been privileged to come here before. So it's not my first time. I'm not a stranger here. But it's been like 4 years ago. So we served here and we did great things here in this town. This is a good town full with enough chicken, plantain, and things. And what? And things. All right, let's celebrate the presence of Professor Paul Ian Eto. Let hands together as he makes his way.
Thank you, Mr. MC. It's like the chairman is not on seat. I greet you all. My work is to present on sustaining quality laboratory diagnosis and healthcare delivery in a dwindling economy. Next, I have a little outline here. First of all, the first food for thoughts, then definition of few economic terms, the laboratory, quality in laboratory diagnosis, approaches for ensuring laboratory quality, benefit of automation, healthcare delivery in Nigeria, the country Nigeria, Nigeria economic, Nigeria and its natural resources, preamble, and the health sector in the. Okay, the food for thoughts is just a message that we is that the provision of an affordable provision of accessible and affordable health care is an important obligation of any government and the fundamental right of the citizens. Through participation in healthcare delivery system and go legislature on health. Hello? Okay. I should. Okay. I will take the definition of few economic terms. Economic in this particular situation, we want to define it as the wealth and resources of a country or a region, especially in terms of the production and consumption of goods and services. Then we also talk about the GDP, that is gross domestic product. It is the monetary measure of the market value of all final goods and services produced in a period, maybe quarterly, yearly, in a country. The next one can be regarded, GDP can also be regarded as total expenditure for all final goods and services produced within a country in a stated period of time. Then recession can be regarded as economic, is a negative economic growth for 2 consecutive quarters. You come across these terminologies, so I had to define them so that as you see them, you'll be able to appreciate. Next slide. Medical laboratory. Medical laboratory renders significant support for medical decision making in the treatment of patients. We know this is our duty. It is also a critical source of revenue, which is very important. If you see some people struggle for position with us, it is because they know medical laboratory, critical source of revenue. In addition to being involved in researches and disease prevention. Medical laboratories have been adversely affected by many factors: political instability, corruption, unmotivated personnel, and lack of effective management system, particularly in the governmental public sector. As a result of decades of neglect and underfunding, the healthcare infrastructure, including medical laboratories and overall diagnostic capabilities, have been deteriorating. You can see the picture of medlab scientists on duty, like quality laboratory. When we talk of quality, it refers to the standard of one's lab result compared to others. Laboratories seeking a good quality will need to engage in process evaluation and improvement. Good quality is like a reputation. It takes a long time to build, but it can be ruined in a minute. Next slide. Quality in laboratory diagnosis is ensuring accurate, timeliness, and reliability of test results in the medical laboratory. Ideally, lab results should be correct 100% of the time. But ensuring that this level of quality is near impossible. Even if it's 99% of the results are accurate, it can be a catastrophe if that 1% comes out with its effects. Approaches for ensuring laboratory. The first approach is internal quality control. Of course, when we talk of internal quality control, those of you that are fresh from school, you have an idea that when we talk of internal quality control, you talk about pre-analytical quality control, analytical, and post-analytical. Before you even analyze the sample, the way you take the sample, the information you give to the patient for observance are necessary. While you are processing the sample, you should also take into consideration standards that are used, controls that you run alongside with the sample, and other parameters, making sure that you follow instruction of the guideline of the manufacturer of the kits. The next one is post-analytical. You can end up processing sample very well, very accurately, but at the end, if you don't know how to report it, you pass the wrong information. So internal quality control has to do with pre-analytical, analytical, and post-analytical. The next one is external quality control. Of course, I'm happy Medical Laboratory Science Nigeria is following this up so that they send sample to different labs and result back to them so that they know whether you are doing well. The next one is staff training. It doesn't finish in somebody graduating and you go back and start working like it's observed in certain places. You have to be trained and retrained and retrained. That is why CPD is run, so that we'll be attending workshops like this. This is a kind of retraining, refreshing your memory, so that you'll be able to maintain a kind of quality and standard that is needed in the laboratory. The next one is equipment maintenance. To avoid any potential downtime or equipment and instrument should have regular preventative maintenance carried out on each of them. Next slide. Okay. What I have just discussed is presented in a tabular form: accuracy, precision, trueness, reliability, repeatability, and reproducibility. It's important in the laboratory. The next we have to know is automation. When it comes to improving quality in diagnostics, automation is very, very important. Errors normally happen in the lab because of human mistakes. When you prepare over and over again, you are bound to making mistakes. But if it is automated, measured by a machine, some of the errors will be reduced. So automation is very, very important in terms of maintaining quality control in the lab. Next slide. Okay, advantages of automation. It improves efficiency, improve accuracy, reduce errors, improve documentation, enhance security, reduce job stress and staff turnover, and also improve timeliness for medication delivery. The disadvantage in complexity and function variations requires additional staff training and technical help in order to man the automated machine, the downtime, system failure, and inflexibility. Cost and space issues is also kind of disadvantage. Okay, we now talk about the healthcare delivery system. A healthcare delivery system is an organization of people, institutions, and resources to deliver healthcare services to meet the health needs of a target population. There are two main objectives of this. One, to enable all citizens receive healthcare when needed, and also to deliver health services that are cost-effective and meet pre-establishment standards of quality. There are types of healthcare delivery system. The first one is exclusive provider organization. This has to do with how it can be managed care plan where services are covered only if you use doctors, specialists, or hospital in the plan network. Another one is health maintenance organization. This is a type of health insurance plan that usually limit coverage to care from doctors who work for a contract, or contract with the HMO. It generally won't cover out of network care except in emergency. HMO may require you to live or work in its service area to be eligible for coverage. Often, it provides integrated care and focus on prevention and wellness. Next slide. The next one is integrated delivery system, also known as integrated delivery network. This is the health system with the goal of logical integration of the delivery provision of healthcare as opposed to fragmented system or disorganized lack of system. IDN is an organization or group of healthcare providers which through ownership or formal agreement align local healthcare facilities and man ages them with one governing board. They share a vision and mission of improving the quality of care and patient satisfaction. Next slide. Yes, another healthcare delivery system is the preferred provider organization. This is a type of health plan where you pay less if you use provider in plan network. You can use doctor, hospital, and providers outside the network without a referral for an additional cost. The last one is point of service. This is a type of plan where you pay less if you use doctors, hospital, and other healthcare providers that belong to the plan network. POS plans require you to get a referral from your primary care doctor in order to see a specialist. Next slide. In Nigeria, the healthcare system can be divided into both private and government. Now, the business of private sector and government. All formal and non-formal activities which help in the provision of healthcare system for a given population constitute healthcare delivery. So the formal one include the primary, the secondary, the tertiary health institution, school health program, private or NGO health establishment, community health program, and outreach services. While the informal one consists of traditional bone setters and traditional bed, etc. Next slide. This is just a summary of what I had just discussed, the Nigerian health system. The traditional goes to one side, while the orthodox goes to one side. Under the orthodox, you have the private and public. The public consists of primary, secondary, and tertiary healthcare. You can see the different group that falls in that area. Next slide. Yes, we now try to get what we mean by dwindling economy. Dwindling economy occurs when an economy is in a state of financial turmoil, often the result of a period of negative activities based on the country's GDP rates. It is a lot worse than a recession, with GDP falling significantly and lasts for a period of time. Nigeria economy is experiencing total collapse. And if nothing is done to put the peg in the right spot, something worse than what we are witnessing may soon be on sight. Nigeria has been in a deteriorating financial state for years. Our economy in the last few years has been going through some turbulence. Next slide. So we now talk about the country, Nigeria. Nigeria is Africa's most populous country with about 206 million people. Some people even say 220. Some say 200. I think we are still within the range. So the country is endowed with petroleum, gas, and solid mineral resources. The country is blessed with abundant agricultural and forest resources. Nigeria is also endowed with highly productive open sea with abundant and diverse marine resources. Next slide. Nigeria has an extensive coast washed by the Atlantic Ocean and a geographically conducive shore will provide the opportunity of port services to landlocked countries in West Africa, and particularly Chad and Niger Republic, as well as serve as a hub for transshipment for West and Central Africa sub-region. The huge form of cargo generated by Nigeria places her at an economic advantage in sub-Saharan Africa. We are still on Nigeria economy. Nigeria is a middle-income mixed economy and emerging market with expanding financial service, communication and technology and entertainment sectors. It is ranked as the 21st largest economy in the world in terms of normal GDP and the 20th largest in terms of purchasing power parity. Nigeria is the largest economy in Africa. Its re-emergent through current and underperforming manufacturing sector is the third largest on the continent and produces a large proportion of goods and services for West African sub-region. Next slide. Nigeria's recent change in economic analysis to account for rapidly growing contribution to its GDP, such as telecommunication, banking, and its film industry. Things have recently been compounded in various ways due to continued weakness in the overall and global economy and inherent structural deficiency in the domestic economy. Next slide. You can see the GDP of Nigeria by state. There, in the middle of the country, you see Plateau State there. You see Rivers State below here. You also see Delta State, Lagos State by the end, and also Oyo. Those are the states that their GDP is moving up. In terms of produce, you can see that agriculture stands out, 46%, oil and gas, 14.7%, and the rest, as you see. In terms of crude oil, I just look at crude oil recently. Even though we are dependent on crude oil has about 6.33%, so it's not giving us anything. So this is the sectoral contribution to real Nigerian GDP as at 2021. Okay. Before the discovery of crude oil some decades ago, Nigeria was the world producer of groundnut and palm oil. But with the advent of crude oil, all gains and earnings from agricultural produce nosedived as attention was shifted to black gold. Being a major exporter of crude oil at the expense of other agricultural resources, Nigeria became a money economy with more than 90% of our foreign exchange earning from only crude oil. With the current doom in global oil market prices, the gross foreign and fiscal reserve have declined, and at the moment Nigeria is said to be almost in recession as the GDP has dropped significantly. Next slide. Nigerian GDP is the largest in Africa, but its per capita income of about 770,000 naira is low, with a highly inequitable distribution of income, wealth, and therefore health. Nigeria is a money economy, as I said before, with an entirely skewed dependent on crude oil as a major source of exchange earning at the expense of other viable exportable resources. About 40% of Nigeria live in poverty. The social condition that create ill health, and with the ever-present risk of catastrophic expenditure from out-of-pocket spending for health. Next slide. Deteriorating financial state. Nigeria has been in deteriorating financial state for years. A country that had recorded an average GDP of 6.5%, one of the highest in the world a decade ago, has now decreased to 1.4 percentage points from 5.01% growth rate recorded in 2021, and increased by 0.4% points relative to 3.11% in first quarter of 2002. That information is National Bureau of Statistics. It is no longer news that Nigeria economy is experiencing a total collapse, and if nothing is done to put the peg in the right spot, something worse than what we are witnessing may soon be on site. Next slide. Okay, you can see when economy is dwindling, the consumption, there's declining consumption, declining investment, but there is increase in government expenditure and declining net export. So you can see everything goes through the reverse. Next slide. Nigeria's major challenge. Why do we find ourselves in this area? The main reason why we find ourselves in this condition is because of complex political structure, weak governance, poor accountability, inefficiency, corruption, ineffective use of available resources, a dearth of robust population level health and mortality data, insufficient financing for health and health care, suboptimal deployment of available health funding to purchase health services, and large population inequities. Next slide. Health. Health is central to the development of any country. In economic balance, it is believed that health and education are the most important prerequisite for human capital development and have been demonstrated to be the basis of individual economic productivity. Health is the basis for job productivity, the capacity to learn in school, and the capability to grow intellectually, physically, and emotionally. So if you are not sound in health, you cannot do this. But with economic well-being of individual household, good health is a critical input in poverty reduction, economic growth, and long-term economic development at the scale of whole society. Next slide. Still on health sector now. The health sector in any country has been recognized as the primary engine of growth and development. But despite the laudable contribution of health sector to economic development, Nigeria is still struggling with the provision of basic health services for our citizens. The healthcare sector is still a labor-intensive handicraft industry, in spite of advances in technology and healthcare provision, and has now become more complicated than in the past. So Nigerian health sector has witnessed various turbulence that has negatively reversed the progress recorded at various times. Next slide. Nigerian health sector in borders. Of course, it's not a news that it's no more a news that despite huge government spending, coupled with bilateral and multilateral assistance in the health sector, health status in Nigeria are worse than would be expected given Nigerian GDP per capita. The health system is in shambles. Politics, somersaults, and reversible trends to have undermined and several reforms in the health sector over the years. Also, poor human resources and policy management have led to unprecedented brain drain in the health sector as health professionals in search for better conditions. This one is a very serious matter. This last one I've mentioned. Since our colleagues have learned to know about the HCPC, the number of HPC I signed in the last 8 months, I'm afraid that very soon we have no male lab scientists to stay in Nigeria and work. All of our people that are now going to London, that are now going to Middle East, where they are paid better salaries, then some goes to America and Canada. Nigerian health system is in comatose. Few hospitals with few drugs, inadequate and substandard technology, and a lack of infrastructural support, including electricity, water, diagnostic laboratories, resulting in misdiagnosis. Also, medical records keeping is rudimentary, and disease surveillance is very poor. Problems of the health system in Nigeria. Of course, from what I have mentioned already, you should be able to have this information in front of you. Inadequate health facility structure, poor human resources management, poor remuneration and motivation, lack of fair and sustainable healthcare financing, equal economic and political relations, and inadequate supervision of healthcare providers, among others. Next slide. The problem of health system in Nigeria continues. The new liberal economic policies for the Nigerian state, corruption, illiteracy, very low government spending on health, high out-of-pocket expenditure in health, absence of integrated system of disease prevention, surveillance and treatment, inadequate mechanism for families to access health care, and shortage of essential drugs and supply. Next slide. Healthcare financing in Nigeria. The level of expenditure in healthcare sector over the years tells a story of neglect. Before the civilian government came into power in 1999, the annual government expenditure on health was $583.6 million in 1980, after which it nosedived, reaching through of $58.8 million in 1987. By 1999, significant increases in health expenditure were noticed, reaching a peak in 2002 at $524.4 million. The share of the federal government for the federation account has created a lopsided budgeting allocation among the 3 tiers of government, and this has equally affected allocation from lower tiers of government to the health sector. Next slide. It's good to know about the capital expenditure on health sector too. Sorry. Federal government capital expenditure on health has not been significant over the years. In the Abuja Declaration, which Nigeria and other 43 African countries signed in 2001, they committed themselves to spending 15% of the annual budget on public health. But this has not been achieved over the years, as Nigerian government continues to pay lip service to the funding of the nation's health system. Federal government capital and recurrent expenditure to the health sector between 2003 and 2007. The federal government capital expenditure on health was 6.4 billion. In 2003, 18.2, that is in 2004, 21.8 in 2005, and so on. Till we have the 41.8 in 2007, a clear downward trend. Next slide. The health sector total capital expenditure in the period 2003 to 2007 was 5%, compared with allocation to agriculture, which was 13%. Education 5, administration 33.1. You can see administration is taking the lion's share. Instead of education and health, administration is taking 33.1, and economic services 47.9. Funding to the health sector got to its peak in 2006, after which it started to decline in subsequent years. The WHO's Commission on Macroeconomic and Health has estimated that most developing nations spend $30 to $40 per person a year to reach the United Nations Millennium Development Goal. Nigeria's annual per capita spending is only 20. Only about 20 is far less than the minimum of 34 per capita to the essential service package recommended by the Commission. Next slide. The rich and the poor in the country. But for mismanagement and corruption, Nigeria have no reason to be poor. Nigeria is both wealthy and a very poor one. About 40% of Nigerians live in poverty. It is a picture of poverty amidst plenty. The poor live in social conditions which create ill health, even compared with countries of similar income level. Nigerian population health outcomes are poor. With national statistics, there is masking drastic differences between the and the poor. Next slide. Consequences of healthcare delivery in a dwindling economy. You can see when you have a very bad economy like this, it must affect the health sector. The budget and the spending will reduce. There's weak health system in a dwindling economy, and there's increase in health service costs, increased demand of advanced diagnostic care, surged in medical tourism. As you see, the politicians, they don't take their treatment here in Nigeria, they go to abroad. Increase in patronage of alternative health systems, like TB, traditional bone setters, and even prayer houses. You know, some people, when they don't have the money to do the test or to buy drugs, they prefer going to prayer houses to get themselves all right, which is not very possible. Next slide. Acts of recession on quality healthcare delivery. Of course, you know, the budgetary provision will be reduced. Poor institutional service delivery. Starving because of poor enumeration, unemployment, and retrenchment. And citizen accessibility and affordability of healthcare will be reduced. The way forward. Nigeria requires strong investment in health to create health population. And also, successful health reform will hold Nigeria to the great promise for future, provided the country confronts its toughest challenges, which include complex political structure, weak governance, poor accountability, inefficiency, and the worst is the corruption. Health should also be seen as a fundamental human right. The 3 tiers of government should prioritize healthcare delivery. Medical tourism should be discouraged. Next slide. Cost reduction strategies should be prioritized for preventive and curative services. Corrupt and fraudulent activities should be curbed in health and other sectors. When we talk of corruption, it doesn't stop at the politician's table. In the hospital, we are not honest to ourselves, right from in terms of budgeting and purchasing, spending the money that is allocated to health. Lasting solution to incessant strike by health workers should be provided. Of course, we are aware of that one, that the more the health workers go on strike, more the health sector will depreciate. Locally manufactured health equipment should be encouraged. Service delivery in hospitals should be improved, and local car companies should be encouraged. Coverage of community health insurance schemes should be expanded. There should be increased health awareness and health education to enable the populace informed health. National Health Act should be operationalized to improve universal health coverage. The move by federal government to establish the Bank of Health, similar to the Bank of Industry, should be encouraged. All forms of efficiency in health should be tackled. Transparency, accountability should be tackled to retain donor agencies of the health sector. See the way forward, they should be renewed and more emphasis on preventive health practices to reduce disease burden. Health programs should be prioritized. Public-private partnership in healthcare may become inevitable. Interprofessional rivalry, which is what some of you must have experienced in the lab and hospitals, should be tackled, leveraging on global best practices. Spending on frivolities should be discouraged. Coping mechanism to reduce the strain of job loss and mental stress should be imbibed. Now, how do we sustain the quality, sustaining quality lab diagnosis in this dwindling economy? For us to sustain, the staff must be trained and retrained and retrained to carry out their roles effectively and implement cost-effective practices such as precision in work, reduction of waste, etc. Equipment and instruments should have preventive maintenance carried out so as to avoid potential downtime. Quality management systems should be continually reviewed and optimized. Labs should keep abreast of the latest development in quality management system and adopt new process improvement strategies. Achieving accreditation is a proof of lab commitment to quality. I had mentioned that earlier, and lab can pay for a test system audit by a recognized regulatory body. Next slide. Yes, conclusion. Those that can assist and help in sustaining quality laboratory diagnosis are the citizens of Nigeria, the federal government, both at state, the government both at federal, state, local government. What my presentation today says is that all have a role to play to cushion the effects of already dwindling economy of Nigeria in order to sustain quality laboratory diagnosis and healthcare delivery in the country. Thank you.
Your hands together once again for the Prof. Thank you very much, sir. It's not easy. All right, at this point, we will entertain 2 questions because there's something as regards economy in that thing. And of course, the economy, they didn't just say only economy, they say dwindling. That's to say economy don't they go. So we need questions because this future we are seeing, it is well indeed. So 2 questions immediately so we could move ahead from there. And by the way, I think you guys have done well for yourselves. Your hands together for yourself once again. It's not easy to sit down here, listen and listen and listen, write and write, eat small food, listen, write, drink water. Easy. And Prof said something about training and retraining. Then he said another training and retraining again. That means to say you are doing the right thing. All right, so we have questions, please. 1, 2. Is there any question? No question. Prof finished work. That means you should clap for Prof. Your hands together once again for our erudite professor for dealing well with this topic. We believe you wrote something. We believe you learned something. Information is, please make sure you register because the materials for these greater lectures will be sent to you. And of course, you can use that to add value to your working space and to yourselves. On that note, I would want to move over to the panel session. And if we don't do it, let me be your hero. Would you dance? So what we'll do now is, if I asked you to dance, before we take the panel session, I've just been informed that I noticed we're not all from Uyo or Akwa Ibom. This is a national setting. True or false? And it would be very bad as professionals just to sit where you are without knowing the next person or the next person behind you. You know what I'm saying? So on that note, let us try to network a bit, meet somebody a bit, and if you're married, please be meeting people like this. Hello, how are you? Hold your hand with this other hand. You know what I'm saying? So DJ, give us a good music for a minute or two. Let's get to know ourselves, interact, and get to make business contacts. Let's get to know what you do, and of course we can partner. Please, for a minute or two, let's get to know ourselves. A minute or two.
Would you die for the one you love?
Call a number.
Hold me in your arms tonight. I can be your hero, baby. I can kiss away the pain. I will stand by you forever. You can take my breath away. Would you swear that you'll always be mine? Or would you lie? Would you run and hide? Am I in too deep? Have I lost my mind? I don't care, you're here tonight. I can be your hero, baby. I can kiss away the pain. I will stand by you forever. You can take my breath away.
And still I haven't heard from you. Haven't heard from you. As the nighttime hit, I realize that you've gone away. That you've gone away.
heart spinning, thinking how'd I let you get away. I just wanna tell you that I made a mistake. You were the perfect woman, how'd I push you away? The way I was thinking put me out of my mind. I know I messed up this time. For the record, I'm sorry. Wasn't feeling unappreciated for me, always being busy for not giving my time. I'm sorry for the trouble that I gave up, for the way that I been living with me and with other women. I'm sorry. You can take me back out of time. I'm sorry.
More music on trendybeats.com.
If roses are red, the violets are blue. You were a twin, I still pick you. You could have been us on the coop, true. Could have been us with the stars on the roof. Don't get it confused. I'ma show you the views on the yacht or cruise. Cause it's you that I choose.
No, I've been thinking about you always. Give me a reason that I ride. Can't come back to you and I. Even if those are suicide, give me a reason not to try. Even if those are suicide, give me a reason not to try.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, how are you doing? I believe you've gotten numbers. Please, all married men should please greet like this. You get why? You get why? On that note, our panel session will be done tomorrow. So, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, senior colleagues, I think at this juncture, we've come to the end of today's session. And on that note, welcome the NOC chairman for his closing remark. Your hands together as he makes his way.
Thank you, and thank you, all delegates present. We want to say thank you. All we want to say is thank you for your time, for your patience, and your understanding. Today's program has come to an end. We want to plead with you that please, let us be timely. 9 a.m. the program starts tomorrow. Please, whatever you want to do, plan yourself and come so that we can finish this successfully. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you. Your hands together for the NOC chairman. All right, finally, for a closing prayer. Oh, there's a beach day tomorrow. Get your swimming trunks. Oh, reason why you must come early. Oh, so we can close early. You know, I'm just a mouthpiece here. So on that note, please, let's welcome. I want somebody to come on. Oh, come. Please, please, I've seen you. Come, just come. Please, your hands together for her. Your hands together for her. Your hands together for Eyeglass. Eyeglass. Come. Celebrate Eyeglass. We are here together. Come. It's not Eyeglass, it's Eyeglass. We are here together. Don't be Eyeglass we wear. We'll do cheers to the good life. People in the sea road. What's your name now? What's your name again? You know, public speaking is hard though. When you reach here, now you know say no. Amarachi, I heard it now. Hold mic. What's your name?
Your name.
What's your name?
What's your name?
We'll sleep here. What's your name?
What's your name?
Her name is Amarachi. Your hands together for Amarachi. As she takes us on, I hope you know how to pray. On the closing prayer. Let us celebrate her. Celebrate her. After now, I'll teach you how to coordinate.
Okay, please, let's be on our feet. In Jesus' name. Father, we thank you for a wonderful section. Thank you for this conference. Thank you for all we've learned. Lord, we ask that you help us to assimilate them and put them into active practice in Jesus' name. As we come back tomorrow, we ask that you bring us here back safely to the glory of your name alone. In Jesus' mighty name we pray.
Put your hands together for Mommy G.O. Amarachi. Your hands together for Mommy. Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, I'll leave you in the hands of our wonderful DJ. My name is MLS Aaron Spiff. God bless you. I was your MC for the day. God bless you.
Body they throw me like coconut. Body they rise in my no. I say color your crocodile, no go taste locodo. Jelly they pussy my pololo. Can make a salute your komodo. Jelly the balance Diego, body paper. No go do me Diego, my Maradona. Jelly fall up your sweat, oh, I'm a farisa.
Music on trendybeats.com.
Low key, all of them done they notice. I'm not joking, all my guys them know me. Since 06, I've been writing this story. I know be OG, but if you ask them know me. I know they blow trees, only lonely me lonely. Music chose me, just know this and know peace. I dey low key, but I'm never lonely. Sexy ladies, come wine for me slowly. I'm never weak, I never see. Till eternity, I'm on fire. My legacy will not die. My family is for life. But them day, would them be? Them go crazy, them go die. Them go say, them don't know. It's in this song. Low key, all of them done they know this. I'm not joking, all my guys, them know me. Since 06, I've been writing this story. I know be OG, but if you ask them know me.
What's up? Making money was the plan, and we go get them by Jagaban. Girl, I always hold you down, anytime that you feeling down. Mama say, girl, make you settle down. Tell her say I don't get you down. With the smile, make you know the frown. Say no one can pull you down. So me sing, say, win, 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 win. You don't like none of them.
Chibude, do kana joni taga bebe, utam tam, show inaga doze. Babu yuma shaka mtembeze, zaga zigi zigi. Oshe, mtoto na mabigi bigi. Oshe, kitanda nini kwichi kwichi. Oshe, asa tuki chiki chiki. Oh, no she dey make me losing control, control. The way she want to waste, killing me slow. Oh, jinjo, ananichanganya jinjo.
Mansions and property. Where your baby stand properly. They must play this one for every party. Yo. Them they talk say I no go school. Them they talk say I they follow you. Some people say I they bobo you. But you love the way I combo you. Oh. Win, win, win.